Yeah, I think we're ready to go. May as well try it. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
All right. So, Takeover Tuesday, December 5th. Starting a little bit behind schedule. Sorry, folks. I don't like to be late on Tuesdays. I know everybody's eagerly awaiting their chance at a free takeover. But we've added some functionality to the YouTube channel. We were working on the stream stuff so that we would get more like animations and all that going on for y'all, because we just know people like that stuff. So we've been working on it, and we'll be working on a lot more stuff over the month of December to try to get the streams really up to snuff. Like I think we're both pretty happy with the quality of the engagement, and the viewership is great, and we've been learning. But we know there are things that we can do that we have not done yet. And we can continue to offer more, I guess. That's the goal. Also, there are ways to make the business end more successful, I guess I would say. Ways to generate revenue for us and the channel so that we can continue to do this. Because we've been putting in a ton of hours and we'd both like to do this. Continue to do this, but realistically, it's got to be able to support us financially. So we've been working on your end, we've been working on our end, and and that's why we're a little bit behind today. But we're gonna get right into some takeovers. So let's see who is showing up. We got some people here. All right, Jacob B. Good to see you, Selena Feline, Victoria Smith. Good afternoon. Alpha X says, I need a takeover. Well, you're going to get your chance. Burso says, hi, Cole Red, Sun, and all. Welcome, Burso. Good to see you, Ian Godwin. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, so we're going to push it. We're going to push it pretty fast. So I'm going to give it about 5 more minutes. Now, everybody hopefully has seen one of these takeovers, the takeover streams before, but if you haven't, oh, by the way, I do have a new camera, and it's a robotic camera, and it keeps moving. So if you notice it like panning down when I put my head down, and then it'll cut off the top of my head. I'm still getting used to the new camera, trying to figure it out. But it's a new 4K camera, so hopefully the picture is a little bit better now, and it's going to allow us to do some cool new things. Yeah, so that's what's going on there. But what was I talking about? Oh, if you've never done one of these before. So if you've never done one of the Tuesday takeovers before, basically what we do is you have to join our Discord community. Now, when you join our Discord community, it takes 10 minutes for you to be able to chat in the Discord. So you want to do it immediately. You want to do it right at the top of the stream, if you haven't already. In the Discord community, there is an area called the Coaching Corner. So you want to head over there, and under that section, there is a Wheel of Takeover. The Wheel of Takeover is the way that we select our takeovers for the day. So Sun is operating the Wheel of Takeover. Basically, what you'll see is you'll see a message from Sun. All you have to do is react to it. You don't have to post anything. In fact, you can't post anything. All you have to do is pick your favorite reaction, react to the wheel, and that will enter you in the drawing. When we're ready to go, we will spin the wheel. That will select our free takeover for that particular spin. And then we'll get started right away. Now, in order to be prepared for your name to be called, you want to do a couple of things. One is you want to make sure that you have your email address and your password that's associated with your Raid account ready and available, because you're going to need that to send that to me through a DM so that I can actually access your account. Likewise, if you have 2-factor authentication, you're going to need to send me the code. So you're just going to do that via a DM to me in my Discord. The second thing is then have an idea. You're going to join us in the voice channel. You're not going to have voice permissions, but you'll be able to hear my voice directly, so you don't have to worry about the delay in the stream. And that's basically why you're in there, so that we can just communicate a little bit more effectively. And again, through your DMs, you can tell me what it is you want me to try to do with the takeover. I am not super, I'm not equally skilled in all aspects of the game, but I will do my best. And I won't make any moves on your account that you wouldn't approve. So you can always tell me, hey, don't touch this, champion or this build, or I don't mess with this team. or hey, go ahead and rebuild champions or use up the silver or whatever it happens to be. So areas that I find that I can typically help the most in, I do okay in clan boss speed tunes. I'm pretty proficient in the clan boss speed tuning, like the calculator and all that. The issue there is more of time. So most of these takeovers are going to run somewhere around an hour and a half. Some will be a little bit shorter, some will be a little bit longer. It's hard to do a full like rebuild and clan boss speed tune and all the tweaking in that time. So if you're looking for clan boss advice, I'm happy to give advice. I'm always happy to give coaching. But if you're looking for an actual rebuild, unless you're just close and you're looking for a tweak, that may be a little bit tricky to pull off in the time allotted. Other than that, arena teams, dungeon teams, if you want me to take a look at your Hydra team, if you want me to look at rebuilding champions, if you just want advice on who to 6-star next, if you're looking for Doom Tower help, any of those places are places where I can help. Things like Iron Twins, Sand Devils Necropolis, and Phantom Shogun. I can help. I can give you suggestions, but chances are that that really comes down to more expertise than I have if you're trying to push the upper tiers of that. Likewise, hard dungeons is an area that I personally haven't gotten much into yet. So I'm always willing to take a shot and talk about sort of the theory craft behind it. But yeah, so some areas you're more likely to get a little bit of help than other areas. And then, it also helps if you have some silver available. Maybe you have some gems. If you're looking for like clan boss help, have a clan boss key available. That's usually good. Or let me buy a key with gems if we need to. So just like if you're playing your account right now and you're hoping for a takeover and you're like, oh, I'd really like some clan boss help. Leave that key alone. Leave that key alone so we can jump on that key if you happen to get the takeover. I think that's about it. I think that's everything. How you doing today, son?
I'm doing fantastically. A couple of quick housekeeping things for you.
Okay.
I don't know, for some reason I can't find it, but the thumbnail is the Noob versus Pro currently.
Oh, it is.
So we want to change that. And that way I can blast it out everywhere.
Yeah, let me do that. I forgot to change that. My problem. My fault. Let me do that real quick. All right, there we go. That should be. I can use the HH optimizer. Yeah, I bought or I've subscribed to the website now. HH. I had a free account before, but now I have a paid account, so I can access the premium features of the optimizer, and that was entirely because of donations from viewers. Which reminds me, we should talk a little bit about monetization. Let me see if I can actually get into this, because we've added some features to the YouTube channel. Let me see. Okay, so let me. Okay, so here we are on my YouTube channel. Color plays, you can see. So we've actually just launched memberships on the channel. And so I'll take you through this. I've never really done much of this before. I don't know. You might actually know a little bit more about it than I do, but we wanted to give people a way to support the channel if they're interested and give them a little bit of value here. So you can join with a membership. There's now a join button, and we've got 4 levels of membership that you can purchase. They are recurring subscriptions, basically. So the first level is Barbarian, and for this first level, you get these little badges here. So it's called a loyalty badge. When you comment in the live chat or when you comment in my videos, this little badge pops up there and lets me know that you're a member, and I will give priority to replying to those comments in the videos. In the live streams, I'm going to try to reply to everybody that I can. But, for a takeover, I often am not in the chat that much. However, if you comment in my videos, I will make sure to get back to you, hopefully within 24 hours. Sometimes it takes me a couple of days to get back to comments, but I'm going to try to push that for members. In addition, you get 4 really great emojis that we're pretty proud of. I think are kind of fun. The first one here is from my Morpheus video there, and we're just calling that the truth. So, if anytime you think I've said something or somebody in the chat has said something that just represents truth for you, that's our little emoji there representing the truth. Then we've got our noob versus pro emojis. So we've got Sun in his boxer stance and me in my little, kickboxer stance. And so if you like that, that's noob and pro. So if you think somebody's acting like a noob, you just put Sun's face on it and everybody knows what you're talking about. And if you think somebody's really smart and acting like a pro, you just put my face on it and you know what everybody's talking about. What do you think about that, Sun?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, sure. No, obviously, if you want to support Sun in a moment, you can use his little boxer stance. And then this was Sun's idea. We've got a soapbox. So we've got a soapbox. So when I start getting on a long tangent, ranting about Plarium or some kind of social injustice that I believe in, and whether or not you want to support me or maybe tweak me a little bit, we've got the soapbox there for that moment in time. So these are what you get at Barbarian. As you go up, you will always have these. So this is just $1.99 a month. And then at $4.99 a month, you go from Barbarian to Shadowkin. And you get all of the perks at $4.99. So what we wanted to do is offer just a relatively cheap baseline where people can get some fun emotes and participate if they want to. $4.99 is sort of the standard membership for YouTube and I think Twitch as well. And so what we decided is we were going to give basically 100% of the perks for this tier of buy-in. So you get member shoutouts. There's going to be a member only Discord area. Is that already set up, Son?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhat, for the most part. Kind of. Yeah. It's more of a needs to be tested.
Yeah, it needs to be tested. It's a work in progress, but we are building the members only Discord area. So that gives you access to sort of a space just for members, the most active members of the community, to talk to each other and to talk to us. You're going to get a Discord rank, which will be an epic tier of Discord rank, so that you will have like a different color in a different place. So when you're online, we can see up there. There will be a monthly member live stream. That will be a live stream that we do. We're probably going to do it on a Saturday once a month, and it's just going to be for members. And so we'll cover all sorts of topics. We can have Q&As. We can do, theory crafting. We're still working on all the formats of that. But there's going to be a monthly member live stream just available to anybody from Shadowkin up. Then the last one here is priority video suggestions. Now I have a section for video suggestions in the Discord where you can just suggest, hey, we've got our first member.
We got a couple already.
Kira, all right. I'll have to get I should be paying attention. For some reason it's not pinging me. But thanks so much for our new members, and I'll shout out everybody when I get through with this little description. So the priority video suggestions, everybody can always suggest videos. You can do it in the comments of any videos. There's a section in the Discord. But priority video suggestions are going to work this way. Once a month, at least, if not more, it may be more, but at least once a month, I'm going to do a video you tell me to do. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to have a suggestion. We have a new bot in the Discord. It's going to be in the members only area. So there's going to be we're going to open the section to suggestions for a limited time. So there'll probably be like a 3 to 7 day window where everybody can list their suggestions. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the top suggestions, say, because there'll be a list that's compiling. We'll take, say, the top 5 suggestions off of that, and then everybody can vote on that. And then I do that video that week. It'll be a video, not a live stream. So whether you have a question on a particular topic or you want to see something that I'm just not thinking about, it's going to give you a little bit more control over at least one video per month, maybe 2 per month. We'll have to see how that works. So we're still figuring out the specifics of it, but that's the point. Now, if you want to go up to the 3rd tier, we were calling this the Bannerlord tier. The major perk here is great appreciation. You do not need to become a Bannerlord. You don't have to do it. But if you do, you get our great appreciation. That's just showing support for the channel. You will get an additional legendary Discord rank just so everybody knows your levels of support. But we're not actually going to make this the kind of thing where like we don't want premier memberships, right? The whole point of our channel is free to play, value first, giving value to get value. So I don't want to create a hierarchy of membership that's like telling us that some people are more important than other people. Everybody's important. But if you feel like, you know, you're willing or able to support the channel with a little bit extra, then this would be an option here. And again, you get that legendary Discord rank. All the way at the top, this is the highest tier that we're offering. And just like the Bannerlord tier, this is a new tier of just greater appreciation. You know, so again, your perk here is utmost appreciation. We just really, you know, are thankful for all the support, and we don't expect people to necessarily become members. Everybody is welcome. But if you are willing or able to do the $19.99 a month, you will get a mythic Discord rank. So everybody in Discord knows that you are one of our major contributors. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Now, thanks so much. It seems like people are already jumping on it. Let's go ahead and see in the chat what has happened. Holy cow. Okay. So we've got some members. Daryl Techniques, welcome to Barbarian. We've got Alex, welcome to Barbarian. And then Daryl Techniques jumped up to Bannerlord. So thank you so much. We've got Kieran Brown as a Shadowkin. This is very cool. I'm pumped. That's awesome. Did I miss anybody?
Yeah, so exciting.
Did anybody time out?
No, you're fine. It's something's going on with the alert still. We'll work on that. So
okay, we'll figure that out. So there should be pop-up texts, but it may be that you know what I think it is? I think I may be on the wrong screen somewhere. Anyway, yeah, so thanks for that. We got our first 4 members. That's very exciting. In addition, there should be text-to-speech options. We've had this up for a little while, but we've had some issues with like technical issues getting it to work. I don't know what it is today that's causing that problem, but hopefully we'll get it ironed out. Sun will probably be on top of that. He does a good job. And so, yeah, so we'll get that going. So anybody who gives a super chat or a tip will get a shout out from the text to speech. And basically you get to say something and everybody has to hear it, which is, you know, at $5 and above, everybody's got to listen to you for however long you've typed it out. So there probably is a max character limit, but, you know, and we've been messing around with the different voices and stuff, which is kind of cool. So we don't agree on who the voice should be, but for right now, what did we end up with? We ended up with Matthew, right? Matthew is the voice.
It should be Brian.
Brian is awful.
Brian is so good.
Brian is so awful. Okay, so that's just some updates on the channel. Now, to let you know in terms of like what the money is going to, just very quickly, you know, we've already put a little bit of money back into the channel in terms of the new camera. I've got my new wireless earbuds, which is nice, so much nicer than having the wires just hanging on me all the time. Trying to clean up my desk. We do have some goals for 2024 in terms of the quality of the channel. We want to get Sun better editing equipment. His current computer is it's hanging on by a thread. It's really not doing super well right now. So the more technical burden, like the more stuff we've done, the harder it seems to be working. So I don't think it's in danger of dying immediately, but we would like to replace that in the near future. In addition, probably get a second camera with a tripod. We want to get Sun some better audio equipment to improve his audio. I actually think your camera is better than we think it is, but we do need to get you some lighting equipment specifically for improving your picture. So if you've watched our Noob versus Pro series, you know that my visual tends to be a little bit better than his visual. And I think it really doesn't come down to the camera as much as the lighting. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get him a camera as well. Maybe we'll match it up. Yeah, and that's about it right now. So those are the updates on the channels. And thanks so much to everybody who's already taken advantage of it. That's fantastic. All right. So let's get into some takeovers. Let me get out of here and get into here. All right. So again, hopefully everybody has signed up and is in the Discord. If you are a new member and it's less than 10 minutes in the Discord, then you're not going to be able to react to this particular go round, but we'll have another one hopefully in about an hour, hour and a half. So, Son, how are we doing on the Wheel of Takeover?
We are ready to go whenever you are. We got to pop down there too.
Okay. Let's do that. I don't think that'll change anything. Because you're not streaming today, so.
No, but if for people that join.
Yeah. All right, so we've got the new.
Your last chance. I'm going to give it 30 seconds.
There you go.
Plus, like the 15 seconds of delay before you can actually hear this.
It's the final countdown. We're getting to it.
Sneak in. This is your final chance. Final countdown.
I was thinking it too. Trying to do my main account here while I'm doing this. I got most of my daily stuff done on this account. I still have to do a little bit. I still have to fight in Classic Arena.
I don't even want to think about Classic Arena.
Yeah, it's not the happiest place right now with the Shadowkin thing going on. But I will say, even here on my Noob versus Pro account, just in case anybody didn't see the short that we put out yesterday, I have a one-man defense here. In this case, it's a 50, just because I felt I was just rushing, so I did leave the 50 in. But one-man defense is going to help everybody right now with the Torm in the Cold event, like the Titan event, because the current tournament for Classic Arena Takedown is Shadowkin only, which is like one of the... I've never seen that before. This is the first time they've ever done it. And in general, I wouldn't be opposed to an arena tournament like this if it weren't for the free holiday champion. Like if you wanted to do this on a random Wednesday in March or something, fine. That's fine. I don't care. But if you want to tie it to a free champion that a lot of people are interested in getting, and we didn't know this was coming. Now, this makes me worried. This makes me think that there are going to be additional faction specific like tournaments and events for the month of December. Yeah. So let's make it easier for for everyone. Put in a one-man defense, put in a one champion defense. Don't worry about your arena rank this week. It's 3.5 days left. Just go ahead and let everybody beat up on your account and get their torment points, and you can get your torment points in the same way. And if we all do that together, what?
I'm just gonna let you keep going for a little bit, but you've got to figure this gesture thing out and turn that off.
All right.
It's just been slow. Like the change was small at first. I was like, he seemed a little bit bigger. It's nothing. And it just kept going and going. But it was so good. It was so good.
All right. Well, yeah, this is when everybody should be spamming the noob emote right now. If you've got the noob emote, spam it.
Hit him with it.
Hit him with it right now. Yeah, I haven't actually gotten all into the technical stuff of this because I don't know if I want to turn off the gestures or if I want to try to manipulate the gestures so that you can do this thing where like you can pan. So for instance, if I move way over here. No. There we go. See, so it like keeps me in frame a little bit better. But yeah, I think I might just need to turn it off for the time being. There we go. They're the noobs. Yeah, spamming the noobs. Thank you, Alex, Dinky, and Kieran. Yeah, absolutely. Shooter, hey, good to see you, buddy. I think I saw Noah in here earlier. A lot of our friends are here. Steven, Victoria. We get to see everybody. So yeah, thanks for joining, Steve. Good to see you. We got Jamie Garza. We got JF in here. Tributor's back. Mayhem Monkey. All right. Terry Koenig. OG Stamp. So if I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Razama Taz, Tulsi, Francis, Bryce, Philip. Good to see everybody. Ors, Vito or Vito Sama. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Thanks for spamming the noob. That felt noobish. But also thanks, son, for letting me know, because I wouldn't have known for like 10 minutes.
I know.
All right.
I had to leave it for a little while, but at some point I got to save you from yourself.
Thank you. His job as my editor. Like his editor self wouldn't let me be out of focus or like too zoomed in for too long. All right. Who won our spin? Did we spin?
We did. Our winner was Partin.
Partin. Awesome. All right. So you can join us in Discord. Sun will set you up with new permissions, but you can go ahead and DM me your account information and I will get the login process started. Ooh. This camera. Ooh. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. Yeah, and don't forget, to go ahead. I should be better at this by now. But please go ahead and hit the like button for the stream. Let's get that stream out there. Get it, percolating so people see it. Maybe we can get some more people in here. The newbiest pro, Kaji says. Yes. Ken Chan, good to see you. All right. The newbiest pro. I'm just the freest to play pro. I don't know. All right, we've got some information coming in. Let's get that login going.
Okay, does it work? Hi.
Hello.
Ooh.
Yeah, we got that permission set up a little bit strangely.
Yeah.
But what you should be doing right now, Partin, is you should be hearing me talk to you, but you're going to want to type back. And we just have found that that's the cleaner process.
I can't type in YouTube in the chat.
No. In Discord. You can DM me directly in Discord. So just where you were sending, yeah, just go ahead and do that. Son, are you on that?
Yep.
All right. Welcome. All right, so I've got the info. Gonna log in here. We'll start looking at the account while Partin figures out what they'd like me to work on. This arm is very squeaky. My mic boom needs to be replaced, I think. This is like a cast off a friend of mine had from like 5 years ago. He's like, I never even used this thing. You can have it. It's not awful, but it's like one of those like $15 ones, and so it's like the springs are too strong in places and too weak in other places, but it's not awful. But I want one of those flat ones that you can just slide out of the way and slide back in. That would be great. All right, Partin is completely free to play. I want to get rid of the privilege pack. We're free to play. The amounts are in euros, though. Account level 81. Very nice. Let's take a look at the login day. All right, so we are past 270. We are on Eric's. So quite a ways in. Let's check out the roster. Ninja is available. Okay, so been playing for a while. We've got Artak, the Monkey, Rhonda, Deliana. So all the free login champions. Let's look at the 60s here. How many we've got? We've got 36 6-stars that are fully built, and then a whole lot of 50s. A lot of 50s. Some good 60s in the epics. You got Demitha, got Vogoth, got your Cold Heart, got a Frozen Banshee going, Doom Priest, awesome, Sylar, Skrank, Genbo, one of my favorites. You do have a Geo. And every takeover, everybody's got a Geo. Everybody's got a Geo. So yeah, sorry, you can't all see behind my big shiny head. Mordecai here. We do have Kriela, who seems to be proliferating, and Elva, that's awesome. Helicath, fantastic. So a lot of free champions. Let's see what we've got in terms of just legendaries. Let's look for some legendaries. And it doesn't matter if they're in the vault. Okay, so we do have some legendaries that are not built out, but most of them are built to 60. Almost all of them, in fact. There are only 4, and this includes all the vaults. So this is literally everybody. Lysandra is a really good champion. Robar, Gerda, and Yannicka. Some people I think like Robar. I've never actually built him. I don't know how good he is. Sometimes I hear that he's trash. Sometimes I hear that he's good and underrated. Let's take a quick look at him. Just out of curiosity, let's see what his ratings are. Up and down, all over the place. Arena offense 4.7, which makes sense. He's got an AoE drop defense, and he's got a second AoE that increases damage if the target is under a CC. Okay, let's see what Partin wants. Okay. I'm stuck everywhere and unfortunately ran out of silver today. That is unfortunate. Clan boss Nightmare 2 key. Okay. Arena stuck in gold 2. Current selected team is due to classic arena tuner. Okay. Yeah. Use Robar in faction wars. Gotcha. So you're stuck everywhere. Okay. So let's take a look at all of your locations. You're saying gold 2 arena. And then the current team is your Shadowkin team, which makes sense. Okay. Let me do some of that. We're here to see your account, not my beautiful face. Okay. So we'll take a look at arena. And then let's go ahead and look at clan boss. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to start with clan boss and arena and see if there are any suggestions that I can make. Partin, you're running a 2-key nightmare. It's close too. That's a very close 2-key nightmare. You need 31.2 basically, and you got 30. Oh, no, wait a second. No, 39.2 versus 39.5. Yeah, so you're just clearing that nightmare 2-key. But that's solid, and the team looks pretty good. You would think that with these powerful champions, you could do better. I mean, it's natural to think that would be better than just squeaking by a 2-key. But we'll talk about this makeup in a little bit. I do want to check your Great Hall. I want to take a look at the Great Hall, see where it stands. All right, not too bad, not too shabby. Area bonuses. You do have speed in Demon Lord. Just as a suggestion to everybody who's going to have a takeover today, if you have any speed in the Demon Lord and you're looking for clan boss help, let me know, because sometimes I forget and it ruins my whole, I mess up the whole thing, because that happened to stream. It might have been the last takeover, actually. Somebody had 20 speed in the Demon Lord battle, and I did a whole speed tune, and then somebody in chat was like, you should check the area bonus. And I did, and I was like, facepalm. Felt like an idiot. But so we'll double check that when we're looking. All right, let's go ahead and talk about Arena first, because Arena helps you build that Great Hall, and Great Hall is going to help you everywhere. So you have your Arbiter, which is huge. One thing I'm noticing here is she's built okay. Not bad. You got some accuracy on her, which is good. You got some resistance on her, which can be good. Decent defense, decent HP, pretty fast. What I would say is when you're looking at stuff like this, though, you know, like if this is your fastest gauntlet, that would be good. But this is a damage dealing gauntlet. By the way, this gauntlet is a tricky one to use. There's no crit rate as a substat here. So even though it's a 6-star crit damage gauntlet, most champions that you're going to want to put a crit damage gauntlet on need 100% crit rate, or maybe like your Genbo can get away with 70%. So the most likely champion for this gauntlet is going to be somebody like a Genbo. So if you're going for crit damage gauntlets, try to make sure if you can, that you have crit rate substats, preferably with at least one roll. Okay? Because when you get away from crit rate gauntlets and you get into crit damage, think of it this way. You start with a base rate of crit rate of 15%. That means you need 85% for most damage dealers. Like you have to get 85% in your kit. Now from a gauntlet, from a 6-star gauntlet, I think you get 50%, right? Is it 50%? So you can get a ton of crit rate here. And if you're giving that away, it means you need 85% crit rate. And that can only come from 6 items. Now you do get the 5% from the masteries. So if you go into damage on a champion and you get the 5% crit rate from masteries, so you need 80 from 6, basically, right? Which means you need 12.5 per. So you can't afford to give away any items in terms, like your boots will need crit rate substats. Your gauntlets will need crit rate substats. Every single one of these 6 items will need crit rate substats. Now, if you happen to be lucky enough to, let's say, I don't know, you had a chess piece that triple rolled or quad rolled into crit rate, maybe you could get a little bit away from that. There are also sets that have crit rate on them. So, for instance, where is it? Okay, like Bloodthirst. This wasn't what I was looking for, but oh, here it is. Lethal. That's what I was looking for. So Lethal has 10% crit rate. So here you might be able to, like, if you got a lethal crit damage gauntlet that didn't have crit rate on it, you might be like, okay, so I'm just going to count on those 2, you know, crit rate rolls being from the set, and that's going to alleviate the pressure a little bit. So now instead of needing to get 80 crit rate on 6 pieces, you need to get 70 on 6 pieces. It's a little bit better, right? It helps you a little bit, but sometimes that little bit's all you need. Otherwise, you want to look for a champion like maybe like a Genbo who only needs to get to 70 or maybe 85% or something like that. So yeah, so for Arbiter, this is not a great piece because it doesn't have a great amount of speed, and the main stat doesn't help her. It does have accuracy and defense on it, which aren't bad. But so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look for gauntlets, and let's do this. And I'm going to look for any gauntlets in the speed set. And it doesn't matter what they have. But if I can get a defensive one, that's where I would go. All right, let's see how much silver. You said you used all your silver. You've got 3 million silver. So that should be enough. We're gonna spin this one up. We're gonna see if we can land into speed. Now I'm hoping for at least a double speed. If I don't get, so that's not gonna land a double speed. Let's see if there are any others that do have a double speed. All right, this Achak piece is actually much nicer. You can see right away that's going to give 6 speed. And then remember, you're also going to get the bonus from the speed set. Now, we do have to swap out those boots, and I'll have to see if you have speed boots in the speed set. Let's see if anybody else has a double roll into speed. Okay, so what's her name? Lysandra? Lysandra does. And you do want her fast, but you actually want your Arbiter faster, typically. So what I might do is trade those out. You also have these. You could roll these up, the defense percent. I mean, even the attack percentage you can roll up. It's fine. You can roll the crit rate percentage up. I would prefer a defensive stat, but remember, her primary role is to go fast. She is your speed lead in arena. Arbiter is speed tuned with Genbo, and we'll talk about that because you need to keep everybody connected. That's right. That's right. So what we're going to try to do, let me look. Let me put together a team, and then maybe that'll help us make more sense of this. All right, so we're going to do Arbiter as the lead. Now we need a drop defense champion. She's our increased attack champion. I think we'd like a drop defense champion. Some people play without a drop defense champion because of the potential of like getting sheeped from it. But usually I think it's worthwhile. So I'm trying to see here. Let's do this for a second. Okay. Yeah, I thought, okay. Attacks all enemies, has a 75% chance of placing decreased defense for 2 turns. This debuff cannot be resisted. Places an increased attack buff on all allies for 2 turns. That's actually kind of cool. So maybe Ghostborn. Maybe Ghostborn for now. You have Stagnite, who's actually really excellent. Because his also places a decreased attack. Now, what we're probably going to do, so let's actually talk about it here maybe. What we're probably going to do is we're going to bring in Lysandra. Because she has a turn meter fill of 30%. Okay, so we've got Arbiter, who's your speed or a lead, 30%. You want her to be fastest, but if Lysandra was faster, that would actually be okay. You could have either one be the fastest. Now, what's going to happen is Arbiter will give you the 30%. That'll get you to Lysandra. Lysandra will give you another 30%, which means you can run your 3rd and 4th champions much slower. Those are 2 huge turn meter fills. That's literally the most turn meter that I think you can get. I don't think you could get more than 30% twice. I mean, Seeker is 30%. I don't think anybody gives you more than 30% for your whole team in that way. So, you know, if you wanted Lysandra faster, you could do that. If you want Arbiter faster, you could do that. And then you're going to stagger them so that they're, you know, within 30% of each other. Then you have to find out your numbers for Genbo. So in order to know how fast we need to run Genbo, we have to figure out how fast we can run Arbiter and then Lysandra and then that 60%. In that 4th spot, I'm sorry, I don't know if you're running Genbo. I think you're running Genbo, right? Yeah, you said it was speed tuned with Genbo. So right now his speed is 221, which is actually not bad. That's fine. That's pretty good. You do have speed boots on him. We might want to do a little bit of a rebuild here, depending on what we have. So again, this would be the guy where the gauntlets with the crit damage would really be beneficial because you're only running 145% crit damage right now. Now he gets that increased crit rate and increased crit damage buff, both of those buffs. So that's going to be great. And he doesn't really need accuracy. He gets a little bit of value out of his accuracy on his A1. You can steal increased attack buffs without accuracy, but if you want to steal or remove any other buffs, then you would have to have accuracy. So we've got him running at 221. Right, so let's say we got your Arbiter up to... I got to remember how to do this. Every time I do this, I always have to think about it for a second. Let's see if this is popping up. Okay, so here's my calculator. So let's say you got her to 300. You would divide that by 1.6. So you could run him at 187.5 and he would still be within striking distance, right? Because he's going to get 60% turn meter fill. So if you multiply this by 1.6, yeah, you end up at 300. So with two 30% turn meter fills, your speed on Genbo is not going to be a problem. In fact, you might even be able to get him out of speed boots, right? Because what you're going to lose here in terms of speed is you're going to lose 40 speed. That's going to take him down to 181, but you might get like a speed substat on that boot, which might get him back up to like, say, 190. You could run Arbiter at 300 and him at 190 if Lysandra is the intermediary, and that's going to be just fine, right? So again, we go back to that calculator. So let's say we can get your Arbiter up to 300, right? And so then we have to divide that by 1.3. So as long as Lysandra is over 231, then she's going to hit that number, right? And then as long as Genbo is over 188, you're going to hit that number. You know, you're not going to get disconnected. So that's the power of that second 30% turn meter fill. And by the way, you can run Lysandra at 50. All she's in there to do is speed up the other two champions. So, you know, you want to take her to 6 stars eventually, and maybe she's easier to like speed tune if you can get a banner on her. But I mean, her you know, her base speed is so high, and like you're not going to have trouble. Let's see what she's running at right now. She's running at 228. So we would have to get her a little bit faster. What did we just say? And it depends what the number we land on. We don't know where Arbiter is going to land. So this is why we build a whole team, you know, to tune it all simultaneously. All right, so let's get back to the Arbiter build here. Because actually, no, I'm sorry. Let me get back to this. We wanted to do a team. So I think it's going to be Arbiter into Lysandra. I think that's the best setup. Now you need your drop defense champion. For right now, let's go ahead with Ghostborn because he's already built, and we'll see if his speed tune and his accuracy works. Also, he hits decently hard. But recognize you could put anybody in here. We could even we'll look at Alexander as well because he's also, I think, 100% drop defense. And I don't know. I don't think Ghostborn was booked. So we'll look at this. And then, you know, then you've got your nuker. Now there's another option, which is, let's say you don't like the drop defense option. You can get away from that and you can go with this. So now you have a buff strip instead. This can also be one of those, you know, teams where it's like, you can have this and then you can have, you know, the same exact team with this, you know, and like this is not a bad idea. And then down here you do it again, but it's basically, you know, it's for a different affinity, you know, and you're like, okay, so this is my normal one. You know, this team 3 here is my everyday, like I'm getting into arena. That's what I'm going to start with. Team 4 is if the affinities are different and I don't want to have a spirit affinity drop defense. And then Wukong is, okay, I don't really need a drop defense here. What I need to do is I think I'm going to be coming up against a lot of buffs. Maybe I want to use a buff stripper. So this is like a way to iterate your team. Sun Wukong is not built properly. You did a test build and that's okay. We'll take a look at him. Okay, he has an awful build. But that being said, you know, you can see how the iteration of the team like here is valuable. Now it looks like this is your standard team. Now this team, it's not bad. Like it's got 4 very powerful champions, and if it's speed tuned, it may be very effective. It doesn't have a drop defense. You don't need a second reviver. Like this team is built around a go first model, and what you're seeming to do here is trying to kind of have a more flexible team where it's like, if I don't go first, maybe the reviver and the cleanse and the heal and stuff will allow me to come back, right? Get ninjas, a second damage dealer in there to make up for the lack of drop defense and stuff like that. It's not a bad hybrid build. Like I said, it's 4 very powerful champions. But, you know, this is another iteration. You've got the go first team with Genbo as your nuker and Arbiter as your lead. So let's see what else you can mix in there to make it better. But all of these teams get stronger when Arbiter is faster. So we're gonna work on that. That's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna get Arbiter faster. I don't know how fast we can get her based on your gear and the money that you have available, but we'll take a look. We'll see how fast we can get her. So let's go ahead and again, we'll jump into the filter. Let me just make sure I'm not blocking. I think I'm not blocking anything right here, right? It's a good spot on the screen. Okay. And so let's start actually with speed boots. Let's see if we have speed boots in the speed set, preferably 6 stars. So you have several. Are there any of these champions that you care the least about? Like, do you care the least about Relic Keeper or what's her name? Is this Sanguinia? Do you have a preference? Because I'm going to steal somebody's boots. I assume that Armiger and Archmage are important. Okay. All right, so then let's pull the ones that are already leveled up so we don't have to worry about that. Now, this has crit rate, attack, and crit damage on it, which is actually better for a damage dealer, even with the double resist. But that's okay. If I had to pick any of these four, maybe this one with the defense and HP percentage would be the best, because then that would make her more survivable. Yeah, why make you do it twice, right? Yeah, I'm going to steal these. Okay. Now let's talk about the gauntlet. So we need a gauntlet. We don't care what the primary stat is. We just want a substat of speed. And I think we said we had one with a double roll, right? There was one. This one. Achax. Which is pretty solid. Now we could try rolling up some of these others. We've also got Lyssandra's. They're both HP gloves. Let's leave Lysandra fast. She's going to have to be fast. Let's go ahead and take Achax. All right. This gets you up to 295. I noticed your glyphs on some of these were a little bit low, but let's go ahead and see what the other pieces are, just in terms of what you've got on them, so we can kind of compare. So that's a double speed. Again, only one speed there on the glyph. That's what I was noticing before. So this is a very good piece. She should absolutely be wearing this piece. It's probably your fastest piece. But you could always try rolling up another 6-star and see if you get lucky with a triple roll. You know, ooh, quad roll. Never mind. Never mind. That's going on her. That's going on her. It's just, that's way too strong. She should be your fastest champion. Now, Apothecary's great. So, and if Apothecary is a key to like a whole bunch of teams, then maybe I wouldn't do that. But honestly, that quad roll I think should be on her. You let me know what you think. All right, you got a double roll here on the helmet. It's not even glyphed, so we can get more speed out there. Okay, thank you. I can roll any of the gear. I'm just, I don't want to roll gear if I don't have to because of the kind of cash limits, the silver limits. Let's look at this. What do we have here? That's a double roll again, not glyphed. And then the chest piece was the single roll. So if we can look and see if we can get a double roll on a chest piece, here's one with accuracy. Now, I know it's resistance. I typically prefer for Arbiter to have HP percentage or defense percentage on her chest piece. You can go accuracy. I don't typically go resist on Arbiter. I don't think, like, if you don't go first, then it doesn't even matter if you have resist in most cases. Now, there's some PvE reasons to have resist. It's not an awful build. So if you had a chest piece that were resistant, say with a triple roll and speed, I'd say go ahead. That's great. You know, because if she gets caught up, maybe she could, you know, the resistance will help her come around to her revive or something. But typically the goal here, remember the primary goal of Arbiter is to win your arena. Like, she is your #1 arena champion. Anytime you get her, she becomes that #1 speed lead. So, you know, unless you have a go second team, a really strong one that you don't want to mess around with. So like this might be a good one to roll. Let's see if there are any others. Those are 4 stars. So this speed is better. Yeah. So let's go ahead and just roll this one, I think, the defense, and see if we get lucky. If we drop the first roll into speed, we'll keep going. We did. All right, let's go one more. Let's get a double roll in speed. All right, we'll take it up to 3. Hit. Nope. Okay. That's not awful. It's not awful. That'll be a good piece somewhere on your account. But for right now, I think we're going to steal this one. Yeah, I think we're going to steal this one. All right, so now your Arbiter is up to 304. Let's go ahead and start glyphing these out. I think we could probably afford... You know what? Scratch that. We're not going to glyph her out. We're going to leave her at 304. We're going to leave her at 304 because we have to worry about Lysandra. We need to get Lysandra up to speed. And so let's just see. We'll call it 304 for now. We'll call it 304 for now. When you get some more silver and you start collecting glyphs, we may complete this at the end. But for right now, let's leave her at 304. I'm going to break that calculator out. And so, okay, so 304 divided by 1.3 because the 30% turn meter fill. So we need to get Lysandra to at least 234. Now, if we can push past 234 a lot, if we can get her up to like 250, 260, then we'll push Arbiter some more. Okay. All right, so let's now look at... I want to look at the Masteries real quickly. Okay. Okay. All right, now let's look at Lysandra. No Masteries, that's okay. Remember, she'll get faster with Masteries if you got her in speed sets, because she'll get to Lore of Steel, which will give her additional speed. So, you know, you may be wanting to get her faster that way as well. By the way, in terms of, accuracy, like this fully depletes the turn meter, requires accuracy. So that's good. Also decreases turn meter of all enemies by 30% is really good. That'll actually, this ability will actually, if you can land it, will actually give you even more flexibility in terms of the speed of the next two champions. I tend to act in PvP like turn meter decreases they don't exist. Because if you miss on one champion on the other team, that may be enough for them to break in if you're not speed tuned only on your turn meter fill. So I always speed tune according to the turn meter fill and not according to the turn meter decrease. That doesn't mean you can't like get a little bit of extra utility out of that turn meter decrease. It doesn't mean you don't want to build for it. It just means that the speed tune is focused on the thing that doesn't require accuracy, basically. All right, so now let's look at her speed. So she's running at 228. I've already done this math and I keep forgetting. So let's call it 304 divided by 1.3. 234. So we need more speed. Now we can definitely glyph with what you've got up to there. Like just from glyphs, we can get it. But what I would like to do is I'd like to push this accuracy. So we're going to see if we can get some more speed and some more accuracy. And I don't know if we can. The speed is more important than the accuracy. You still have the 6-star banner that's coming. So you can get an accuracy banner, say, with some speed on it. Potentially. You don't have one. You have 2 that are equipped. Okay. So this one on, what's his face? I mean, we could even swap that potentially to Arbiter, get her a little bit more speed again if you wanted. Like your Arbiter's speed is not capped out yet. You still have rolls in other pieces that you could probably get her to like 320, 325, which would be great for getting out of gold 2. With an Arbiter at 300 speed, you should be able to get to gold 4. Gold 4 is where you should be living, and you should be able to like farm into gold 5. Living in gold 5 is getting trickier and trickier. I just rebuilt my Arbiter. I'm going to show her off in a video in the future, but I got her like 18 more speed or something. I got her over 350. She's now at like 355. I have to re-speed tune my whole team because she's actually accelerated past the point where I can stay tuned. But at 355, I like what was happening at 337 or whatever I was running at. I was still losing like more and more of the speed race every month. So it used to be that at 337, I was winning like 90% of the speed races. This month, I was winning like 50%. It was a huge swing. So there's just inflation in Arena. So it used to be that 300 speed on your Arbiter was enough, but it no longer is. Now you need to keep pushing that. For Gold 5, I mean. Yeah, okay. So, eventually you're going to get more accuracy and more speed here. I'd like to get her up to about 230 accuracy if we could, maybe 240. So you can get up above 300 accuracy once you get your banner on. But again, speed is more important. So we will figure this out. All right. So the first thing I want to do is I want to open up your perception sets and I want to take a look there. With anything. Let's look at the speed boots. Let's see if do you have 6-star speed boots? You do. Anything with accuracy. This has accuracy, defense, HP. This is a nice piece. Is your Renegade used in a speed tune anywhere? You don't use Renegade at all. Okay, great. So let's say if we did that. In fact, I'm not even going to do that just yet, but we know that's an option. Let's look at the speed boots as well. I mean, we have a 5-star, but do we have a 6-star? We have this 6-star we were talking about before, and we have this one. The reason that this one's a little bit more valuable potentially is because it's got accuracy as a substat and it's in an accuracy set. So this is likely where we're going. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, I know the speed's going to drop a little bit, and then we're going to try to get it back. That's just the way this is probably going to unfold. I know that there's some people right now who are wishing I would use Hell Hades gear optimizer, but I'm teaching. This is what we have to learn how to do. The optimizer is more powerful for players who know what they're doing with their gear without its help. It doesn't teach you how to, get your gear into the right state. It just makes the decisions for you. I mean, I know that you can also use them, like if you're a studier, you can use them to help, you can use it to help you learn. But all right, so here we have a single speed roll. Let's see if we can get a double roll. I would like accuracy as well. I saw that there was accuracy on one of these, so we could even roll up this 5-star. But let's see if there's any. That's a 6-star. That's a 6-star. That's a nice piece with a lot of accuracy, but not a lot of speed. Here's one with speed and accuracy. That one's got speed and accuracy, and you said you don't use her. So let's take that one for now. It's going to get some of our speed back. All right, let's get rid of that. And what I actually want to do is, well, let's see if there are any 6-star pieces that have a lot of speed with a little bit of accuracy. I like this one. That's not bad. What about helmets? Where's yours, first of all? Single speed roll, no accuracy. Okay. There's speed and accuracy on a 6-star that could play. Double speed roll with crit rate and crit damage. We don't really need the crit rate and crit damage. Here's a double speed roll with the accuracy, with an accuracy roll. That's beautiful. Let's just go ahead and try that on. And now we're at 239. We've got 266 accuracy. We've actually picked up 11 speed, even though we've gotten out of a speed set and into a perception set. That's allowed us to pick up that accuracy. You've lost a little bit of HP. Defense is basically the same. And we've got glyphs to come. So let's go ahead and make this swap. I think this is right where she needs to be. You could get faster. You could get faster. I want to take a look at her gauntlet. Let's see. What do we got here? First of all, how's that? That's a double speed roll. What did we just say here? Double speed roll, but it's a 6-star versus a 5-star. So it's 12 versus 17. That's such a huge swing. I want to see the gauntlet. The double speed roll. That's the good one that we saw we liked. And then let's look at the chess piece. Single speed roll with the accuracy, right? Right. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with that for now. I think this is a good, sometimes you don't do a full rebuild. You kind of work your way into the place that you can work your way into based on the resources that you have. Remember, you can still get more speed and accuracy out of her banner. So as soon as you get her to 6 stars, she's going to be running, say, 270. We're probably going to get her another 15 speed on glyphs right now. So let's go ahead and make that swap. And then let's start glyphing a little bit. I like to use 4-star glyphs when I do rebuilds because I don't want to use up people's 5 and 6 stars. Let's actually use these 3 stars here. You got more of them. And she does do damage based on attack, I'm pretty sure. So, if she hits a little bit harder, when she hits, that's not a bad thing. We got to think about the fact that we may want to use some of these glyphs on Arbiter in a little bit. We're running down on silver. I don't want to run you out of silver because we're going to need it. So let's see, where are we sitting? 245. Perfect. We're going to camp it there. You can still get more speed with some glyphs and with the band, but 245 is perfect for our speed tune. We don't need her any faster. We don't need we don't need more accuracy. 283 is gorgeous. So now she's in perfect position. All right, so that allows us, let's see. Let's check the calculator again to give us a number. So 245 times 1.3 gives us our Arbiter at 3. So our Arbiter can run all the way up to 318. So we can, in fact, get our Arbiter faster. And so what's she running at right now? 304, right? Let's get her some speed. I'm not going to glyph that one. It's a quad roll. You should put a 6-star glyph on it, but I'm not going to do that for you. You can do that for yourself. Okay, I'm not going to use your 1 6-star glyph. I don't want to be responsible for that if it misses. You can enjoy that. And there are also some missions, Romantu missions, excuse me, that require glyphs. So let's do that. That's fine. This one doesn't even have a glyph. Let's glyph this. And now we're running at 311. Perfect. Beautiful. Those are 2 champions down and 2 champions to go. Now we got to figure out our drop defense champion because I'm not going to rebuild every single champion here. We can talk about, you said Wukong is not built well. And I'd agree here. You probably have him in attack percentage. You do. So you were going for the 100% create rate. Looks like you landed at 99. You like Ghostborn? We'll take a look at Ghostborn. All right. So he's not booked. So his drop defense is only 75% chance. Let's look at Alexander. He's also not booked. So he's also got 75% chance, I think. Yeah. Do you have a 100% drop defense champion right now who's booked? So let's see if any of these champions are booked. It's got to be an AoE, so Robar's not booked. Not booked. Not booked. Okay, you've got a Dagger who's got 50%, 75% chance. Damn it. I was hoping she was 100% chance. Duke the Pierce, not booked. Okay. Now, Royal Guard's got a decreased defense, but it's on his A1. Like, same with Razin, right? Razin has single target decreased defense. So we need an AoE decreased defense. Same with Ninja. What about Fodbar? He's not booked. So he's got a 75% chance right now, but you could book him out. You know, so he'd be another option. What about Bonekeeper? That's a single target. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So for right now, you said you like Ghostborn, so we'll speed tune Ghostborn, see if the speed tune holds. Actually, maybe we won't. I want to see what they're already running at. Alexander's already at 201. And his accuracy is at 265. So that's probably the easier tune. So for right now, we're going to stick with Alexander. Just because I think it'll take less money to get him. Maybe not, but maybe. Right, so this is not bad. Now, I'm noticing that you're running him at 100% crit rate. You can get some extra damage out of guys like this. This is fine. Right, you got the decreased defense. You got a chance of weaken against these particular factions. He also hits decently hard. This guy is underrated. He is a very good arena drop defense champion. He's going to give you that weaken against those orcs and ogrins, which show up. They show up, right? Orcs and ogrins show up. So you will have opportunities to get that extra debuff against them. Plus, he hits decently hard. He doesn't hit super hard, but he hits decently hard. He does have a freeze on his A1, and he's got a buff strip from a single target on his A3. Yeah, he's squishy. He is squishy. Absolutely. But we don't care. In arena, if we're going first, everybody dies. I would prefer, honestly, you to go with an epic drop defense champion because it's going to be easier to book. Let's go look at your tavern for a second. You've got 14 epic tomes, right? Stag Knight, Duke the Pierced, even Fodboard. Like, all of those would be easier to get to 100% chance of drop defense than your legendary guys, especially if you're just primarily using them as a drop defense champion. But I think Stag Knight's good everywhere, right? You've got that A1 that has you double hitter, decreased speed. He's great in Fire Knight because of that, you know? The decreased defense comes with a decreased attack, so he's good in clan boss and wave content and all of the stuff for that. Even gets a little bit of extra value in arena. The one downside to Stag Knight, I think, is Spirit Affinity is a little bit tricky because there are a lot of magic-based teams, a lot of magic-based nukers. As you climb, that'll be less true. But, you know, so he can be good against, for instance, Deliana teams. He can be good against Ultimate Death Knight teams because he's strong affinity. And he hits decently hard. So, like, Stag Knight would be a good champion. He's also relatively fast. Where did he go? How did I lose my Stag Knight? He's 50, right? There he is. He's relatively fast. I think at 6-star, he has a base speed of 105, I think. I don't think it's 100. Let me just double check that. It's 107. It's faster than I thought. So as far as like speed tuning, he's much easier to speed tune than, for instance, Duke the Pierce, who I love and I think is phenomenal. I think he runs at like 99 or something, 98, 97. So Stag Knight gets 10 extra speed. So in arena, Stag Knight just, you know, like they have the same exact skill, except for the fact that Duke needs 100% crit rate and Stag Knight needs sniper mastery to be 100% because his is only 95%. So honestly, I would prefer you build Stag Knight rather than Ghostborn or Alexander the Sharpshooter, because he's just cheaper and more valuable for you in other places. I'm going to click your red dots. So if you want, I'll set up Stag Knight instead. If you're on board with that build. If you'd rather I stick with Ghostborn or Alexander, I would probably lean towards Alexander because of what he's already bringing, but it's up to you. What would you like me to do? What are void AoE decreased defense champions? There aren't that many that I can think of in the epic like rarity. Let me do a quick search. It's a good question. So it has to be 100%. And we would prefer it to be an epic. Madame Saris. Madame Saris is the only one really. Yeah. Yeah, Madame Saris is the only epic void champion that is a decreased defense AoE at 100%. You know, once you get up to legendary rarity, there are more. You know, Lydia is one that I have, and she's free, but she takes forever to get. So do you want me to build up your Stagnite? Do you want to go with one of the legendaries? I'll tune whichever one you want. Let's give Alex a try. Good call. All right. All right. So I like where you've already gotten with this guy. You've got the accuracy banner on him. I mean, the accuracy is decent. I wouldn't mind a little bit more accuracy, but let's see what we need in terms of speed. Let's get the right number here. So, oh, I got to remember where Arbiter is. Arbiter is right now, she's at 311. Okay. So 311 divided by 1.6. 195. Alex is already speed tuned. In fact, you may be done. 195. Alex is running at 201. Okay. Now you want him faster than your Genbo. That's the important thing, right? So let's see where Genbo is. Genbo is at 221. So we do need Alex faster than Genbo, but that's it. That's all we need, because they just need to be better than 195 or whatever we just said. So all we need to do is get Alex faster than Genbo. Now what we might do is we might try to swap Genbo into an attack percentage boot. So let's start there, and then we'll worry about Alex next. So primary stat's going to be attack percentage. We want to boot. Substats of speed, and it can be equipped. There are none on your account. Okay, so this is the only... That's not bad. It doesn't have any speed as a substat, but there is speed in the perception set. All right, this drops us down to 169 speed. We're going to need to get that speed back elsewhere. Let's take a look. I don't know if this is going to work without more options. So we might have to stick with the speed boots, which would be okay. Like, it wouldn't, you know, it would just be another thing for you to plan for in the future, that you could get Genbo into some attack percentage boots. Start looking for those in sets. We could try to forge something. You've got tons of stuff here, so we could go for a perception. Let's see, do you have any? Okay, so not that much in terms of lethal. There's instinct, which is very nice. You got some instinct gear. Let's check this out for a second. This chess piece could be good. Crit damage, crit rate. Not really. This is nice. It's not quite there. I don't think it's quite there. It's close. You're getting close, and this is a good set for him. But I don't think you're quite there. What about Kill Stroke? You don't have many pieces there. And then Lethal. You don't have many pieces there. What about Savage? Got a fair number of pieces here. Look at this beautiful weapon. Wow, that's a beautiful weapon. Okay, try that on. That's gorgeous too. This is not bad. Let's try that on. I'm trying to focus on things that have speed, but we don't necessarily have to have the speed, right? It's just we would prefer to have the speed on every piece if we can. Because the faster he runs, the safer you are, right? So we've got this. Now our crit rate's doing fine. I don't know what our gloves are right now. Let's see what we're actually wearing. Crit rate. Okay. Let's look at Cruel. So there's this piece. And then let's look at Cruel and Savage in these two pieces. That's a nice double roll into crit rate on some speed boots. And then we have to look at a chess piece here. This is the only attack percentage one. For now, let's try that. Okay. Now, what do we need in terms of crit rate? We don't need much. We're at 64%. You only need 70%. So we're actually hoping for crit damage rolls here and speed rolls. Those would be helpful. If we get, a crit rate somewhere along the line, that's fine, but we don't need them. That was beautiful. That was perfect. More crit damage, great. Same thing here. Like if we get one speed crit rate roll, fine. We want one speed roll at least. If we get two, it'll give you more flexibility. But yeah, that's perfect. That's what we want. Let's go ahead and take that up to 12. Defense percentage, not super helpful, but that's okay. We're at 70% crit rate. That's beautiful. We need the speed here. I am going to gamble on this and take it up to 16. Looks like we hit for just 700k, which is not a bad amount on a 5-star piece. Okay. So, and looking at the stats here, we've lost 1,000 attack. We've gotten down to 70% crit rate. We've picked up 9% crit damage, but we've gone from 5% ignored defense to 25% I'm sorry, 30% ignore defense. And we still haven't rolled up all of everything. So you've got a whole bunch more crit damage here. You can go up to 65. You're at 42. So that's another 23% crit damage. So you're going to get that down here. You still have the attack to get back on your weapon, which is going to help a little bit. And the attack percentage from the chest plate, which is going to get, we're swapping out a 6-star attack percentage chest plate here. So we're going from 60% down to 26%. This is where the majority of the loss is coming from. For right now, I think it's probably worth it. Even with that loss, I think it's probably worth it. You can get a lot of this back. But this savage and cruel build is just going to hit really hard. It's going to ignore so much defense. It's going to hit harder against defensive based champions than you were hitting before. So he's going to be more of a tank killer than he was. Now we need to get that speed up around 200 again. So we got to figure out if we can do that. If we can't do that, then it doesn't make sense. So I want to look at his accessories just to see where we stand on. So the ring's probably not a big deal. Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, if you had a ring that had also flat attack or something, I don't even know if you can do that. I think you can. Crit damage is good. So the only thing you could do there is go to a 6-star crit damage. Like you could go to this, right? So you can get, I think, 7% more crit damage here. I think this goes to 40. Yeah, it goes to 40. So you can go up from 33% to 40%. So this would be something that I would, consider, not right now, but in the long run, you want to get that on Genbo. And then let's look at the banner, because the banner's the big thing. Does it have speed? It's got a little bit of speed. It is an attack banner, which is fine. The attack percentage on the banner is actually pretty valuable as well. So that's good. And you do have a big glyph into there. So, I don't want to reduce his hitting, but let's see maybe if we can find. Of course, it moves us around. Where are we? We should be up at the top, right? Shadowkin. So he's got the only attack based. Okay. So we're not going to get more speed there. So the question is, can we get enough speed out of this build? We have 1, 2, 3 glyphs. It's not enough. It's not enough. Even with 15, that would get us to 188, and that's not enough. We need to be over, I think it was 191. Yeah, okay. We got to retry. That's okay. We can still do this. So there's this crit damage gauntlet. Now we're losing 10% crit rate, so we need to get that crit rate back somewhere. But this is a 6-star crit damage gauntlet, so that's fine. Maybe we can get a chess piece. Now we need crit rate and speed. I don't want to be moving further away. I mean, here's the speed. We're getting a little bit more speed there, so that's not bad. But we still, so we don't need speed. We just need crit rate. We need to get crit rate back. So where are we losing crit rate? Because we were originally over because we were doing the different build, and now we're maybe not quite hitting it. So now we could have used that extra roll somewhere. I mean, we could at 12 get crit rate here, so we could get 5%, so we might not need a lot. Let's go ahead and roll this up. I got to make sure that we have enough silver to actually swap the gear. It's going to take 520,000. All right, let's see. Let's see about this. Let's see about all the pieces in Cruel. There's no speed anywhere here. Nobody has speed and crit rate. All right. All right, maybe we got to get away from the cruel. Maybe you go back to the speed set. Let's start looking at speed. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping that would work. We got to figure out where all our savage pieces are coming from, though. I think that we were using this, right? All right. Unfortunately, this has the 14% crit rate. Maybe we need to look at a crit set. Maybe we need to look at crit rate. There we go. That's actually kind of beautiful. All right. We don't have the silver. Look at that. All right. This gets you to a very good place. It's going to take you a little bit of silver. So I'm going to have to sell a few pieces here, I think, just to make this swap. But what we're going to get here with this boot is this will get you up to 45 speed, right? This will get max out at 45. So you get another 16 speed here. That will take you up to 196. That's already enough. That's already enough. But you can glyph out if you need to on a couple of these to get over 200. But so this will get you where you need to go. So I just need to make sure that we can actually equip this. We need 276,000 silver. So let's go ahead and maybe do a mini gear cleanse here. The first thing I'm going to do for a mini gear cleanse is I'm going to take off the equipped. I'm going to do... Okay. And let's look for main flat stats. If there are any main flat stats, not substats. My fault. Main stats. Nope. You're already doing a good job with your gear there. Okay, so you don't have any of those. All right, then I'm just going to have to maybe do a visual check here. I don't think attack percentage gloves are very useful in general. And I wouldn't keep them in this set. You know, and if you do, I mean, they're for the bomb champions. That's what you need that for. So actually, we could go through that. If you're holding on to a lot of attack percentage gauntlets, we can go through those. That does have speed as a substat, so I'd hold on to that. This one, so crit rate set. The whole purpose is to get crit rate here. You have attack. You do have accuracy, but like on a bomb champion, you either care about crit rate, which means you want it as a substat, or you don't care about crit rate, which means you don't need the critical rate set. So that's not really great. I would probably get rid of the crit damage ones. I would hold on to those. Those are gone. Those are gone. Yeah, those are gone. I'll hold on to those. Nope. That's fine. As long as it has a crit rate substat, maybe. Nope, that's probably gone. That's got speed. It's got speed. Days. Probably not, but I'll let you decide. Shield, absolutely not. Don't need them. Even with the crit rate and the crit damage. I'll leave that one. Avenging. Nope. Yeah, that should be enough. That'll get us what we need. Okay. So this build isn't done yet, but you've got the crit rate that you need. Look at your crit damage. It's up at 217% now. You're still going to get 28% more crit damage out of this gauntlet. This gauntlet should be like the number one. The boots here, get those boots up to 16. Get your gauntlets up to 16. That's going to mean you're at the perfect speed and you're going to have 28% more crit rate. Now you're hitting around, you're getting close to 250. No, I missed that. That math was bad. You're getting close to 200. You'd be passing 200. You'd be at 205 at that point. You want to start closing in at 250. You're going to get, you know, a 6-star here. That's going to give you another 7%. You want to swap out this chest plate when you can. You still have the crit rate leeway here. You still have 5% crit rate leeway. You could actually go with attack percentage chest plate. Maybe I should have looked at that. Go for an attack percentage chest plate that doesn't even need crit rate, because you've got the crit rate that you need. So, you know, if you can find one in this average set, that would be good. But if you have crit damage substats, that would be good. Now he's going to be hitting like a truck. He's got 25% ignore defense. You know, his attack came down a little bit, but you're going to get that back when you get this chest piece maxed out, right? Plus, all of these are now at 12. Like, you're going to get all you're going to get stats everywhere. All right, so now we've got Alexander just a little bit faster. Now, we're at 179, so we're probably too slow. Probably too slow to be speed tuned. I'm looking for ways to get silver. Ooh, a lot of guardian pieces there. There you go. That might help. Yeah, I'd need a lot though. All right, so let's just take this team into arena one time just to see how it does. All right, so let's go up against a go first team, like a solid go first team. Let's take on this one. It's 194K here. This is not a weak team. Let's bring in that team. So which combo were we talking about? I think we're talking about Alexander, right? So this is the team. So 99K against 194K. Let me get out of the way. 99K, right, against 194K. We don't have a 100% drop defense chance on Alexander. He's not going to land it on everybody. Lissandro's only level 50. They've got a reviver. They got a... Okay, let me let me redo this. Let's try... Well, let's try this one first. Okay, let's try this one first. 126K. Let's try this one out first. No! Sorry, buddy. Let's see if we get lucky. That, of course. All right, I'm glad I didn't totally burn this, but we'll have to see if we can do this with Ninja. Provoke. And the provoke. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Good. Good save. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It'll be a good team to come up against. I kind of don't want to go into a Wukong, but maybe we'll try going into a Wukong. All right, so look at their turn meter bars right now. That's what I want you to focus on. Look how much faster you are, right? So Genbo's not going to get cut. Look at where his bar is. Right now, this isn't a go first team, and we're built to go up against the go first team, but we're going to do this. We might even be able to like lap these guys. 100% crit rate. Not bad. Not bad. Not awesome. We still need more damage out of Genbo. And again, with 100% drop defense, like Wukong would have died, right? He definitely would have died. Let's actually see if we can maybe. No, we didn't land the. That's okay. We're going to bring him back. Turn meter fill gives us a heal. That's beautiful. Let's go ahead and nuke her out. Let's kill him now. Nope, we didn't do it, but that's okay. He's got a long wait. Alexander will finish this off, I think. There we go. All right, gold 2. Let's try another one. Let's go up against the go first team. Here's 118k. Pretty tanky. Not necessarily the best target in the world. But again, we're winning the turn meter. Now you can see how close she was. This Haikatun is fast. You can see how close that was. And if that team goes first, you get passed, you get stunned by miscreated monster, Artak starts ripping into you, and it's bad. So the speed is where it needs to be. Whoops. Whoops. I got to be paying attention. Okay, that's a good drop defense. We should nuke out everybody. Hopefully we get Ugo. Boom. One shot. With a really poorly built, not poorly built, but with a really underpowered Genbo. He's really well built, but he's underpowered right now. All his gears 12-star. 12-star. That would be awesome. All his gears level 12, you know? All right, let's try maybe a slightly more powerful team. Here's a go first team at 175k. All right, this is a go first team with a Haikatun. We'll see. We'll see if we're fast enough. Let's try this out. Nope, we're faster. Look how close it is. But here's the thing. We're going to get disconnected because Genbo's not speed tuned. That Haikatun is going to cut in unless Lysandra manages to deplete the turn meter of Haikatun, which she did. We should now be connected. We hit everybody we needed to hit. Boom. One shot kill. I love the arena. I love rebuilding arena teams. This is so cool. Look how much power you were giving up. 75,000 power. You have a 100k team against a 175k team, but you are built better and you win because you got the tune. That's it. And this is with Alexander, who's not booked, Lysandra at 50, Genbo with all his gear at level 12. And it's all because you got your Arbiter into the right spot, speed tuned, and went for the right gear. That I love, man, I love doing this. This is so much fun. This is so much fun. Let's put it on auto and see what happens. Well, now maybe you'll like the arena a lot better. We'll have to see. Oh, didn't get through that one. We should get around to the revive. Unfortunately, on auto, Arbiter uses her revive as a not a speed boost or a healer. I don't know what she uses it as, but she uses it for whatever reason when she shouldn't. But even on auto battle, even with, so you're giving up 36,000 power here, no problem. You're going to start liking arena more. Okay. Now, obviously, for this particular tournament, you need to get into your Shadowkin stuff and start doing that and start looking for one-man defenses. And, maybe you have to surf. Maybe you have to surf here between 2 and 3 for a while, and that's going to be fine. This team has a good chance of getting you to gold 5. If you can push the speeds a little bit more, if you can get Arbiter, or if you're just spending time in Arena and learning what teams you counter and what teams you can take down, this team without any swap of champions will get you potentially to gold 5. Yeah, and once you start building out your Great Hall, that's going to help more with the clan boss. So I think we're going to call it there. I hope you're happy with that. I hope that gets you where you need to be. Remember what we were talking about in terms of your plan for the future, right? You know what you need to do with Lysandra. You know what you need to do with Alexander. You know what you need to do with Genbo. Getting all this gear to 16 is probably the very first thing I would do. And then after that, you have a little bit of time. You have some time, right? You know that your Alexander isn't booked, so he doesn't have 100%, this. So if you really like Alexander and you want to run him, you're going to want to book him out. I think you'd get more value potentially out of picking up an Epic as your drop defense champion. I really like Stagnite. I also think he's just going to be great for your roster. So getting that A1 slow, that double hitter is going to help you in Fire Knight. It's going to help you in Doom. Almost all the Doom Tower bosses he's really good in. You can't use him against Bommel, unfortunately. Or actually, never mind. It's not Bommel that's the problem. Who's the problem? I don't know. But yeah, so you can, I would go with Stagnite or Duke the Pierced or, one of the other drop defense champions from the Epic rarity. Yeah. This is the only Tuesday you were under 10 million. Bommel is your problem currently. Yeah, listen, you've got a good roster. Bommel in a lot of cases is about it's not about the quality of the champions necessarily. It's about the tune, about the composition. I've got a Bommel video out there that's pretty good. So you can go watch it. It was from the last Bommel rotation. But you should have options here. Obviously, you've got the Vogoth, so that's really good. You also have Demitha, and block damage is something that you can't use on, I forget, one. Maybe you can't use block damage at all. I think one of the bombs can be blocked. I forget. But yeah, so, the Vogoth is going to be the key there. You also have some other healers that could help you out. Rector Drath is good. Yeah. I mean, you'll find a way. You'll find a way. You've got Burn Geary. Burn Geary is great on Bommel. So, and you've got healers. The thing about him is you got to remember you can't use turn meter decrease. So Scylla the Drakes is tricky because she's got turn meter decrease on her A1. So you don't want turn meter decrease on Bommel. But that's all. That's all I'm going to give you for today. We're going to move on to a second takeover. But thanks, Partin. That was fun. Yeah, no worries. Just go back and check them out again. All right. So, yeah, I'm pumped. That was fun. I love rebuilding arena teams. Of course, I'm sitting in gold 5 and I'm rebuilding Partin team that's going to come up. Now I'm going to have to start fighting him in gold 5. Every time I rebuild an arena team, I'm like, this is going to make it harder for my noob versus pro to reach gold 5. But that was fun. All right. Did we get some new members? No, we've got our 4 members. Okay.
Did we? Be awesome if we did.
It would be awesome. We can. We've got some. I like seeing the emote usage. I gotta say, I enjoy that. That's fun. If anybody didn't hear about it, we have opened the channel to memberships, and there are 4 tiers of memberships, and you can go check them out. They're on the landing page of my YouTube channel. And so we've got our first 4 members here, and that's really exciting. And again, thank you to those members. Thanks for supporting the channel. And I love seeing the emotes. I like seeing the badges. It's pretty cool. All right, so we are going to
make more emotes, actually.
Yeah.
I think we only need 2 members.
Right. So we can actually create more emotes. When you first open up to memberships, you only get 4 spots to create emotes. But then as soon as you start getting actual members, you can go ahead and I think you can get up to 8 total or 10 total. So it takes a little while. Yeah, Dinky, the soapbox is good. And that reminds me, don't forget to hit the like button for the stream so we can get this out there and get some more people in there. All right. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to go for our next takeover. Let me get out of this account here. So Partin can get into their account. Okay. So join the Discord. If you haven't already, if you just join the Discord, it takes 10 minutes for you to be able to message in our Discord. That's an anti-spam thing that we've done. It's good. We're not going to change that. I apologize if you don't know in advance. You're going to have to wait 10 minutes to chat. Go down to the coaching corner. Go ahead and react to Sun's message in the little area that's called the Wheel of Takeover. All you have to do is react. We have refreshed it. If you reacted before, it's been erased, and we have a new one because sometimes people leave the stream, and we don't want them gumming up the works. I am going to take a quick 2-minute break. So Sun is going to lead you through this. Sun, as soon as you feel ready to spin the wheel, you spin the wheel.
You've got it.
All right. I will be back in just a moment.
Get him out of here. Ain't nobody got time for all that. All right, everybody. It's a temporary Sun stream. How's it going? How's everybody doing? Still here, trying to understand stuff and failing miserably. Understandable. And I'm right there with you, half the time. Go Sun. Go Team Sun. So what do you guys think? I've been hard at work. We got the emotes, we got the soap. Come on, I'm proud of the soapbox. That had to happen. That had to happen. And I don't know if anybody saw, we did a short yesterday. That thing was hammed up to the brim. I went hard on that one. So if anybody saw it, kinda cracked me up. Is there a cheat emote? No. So when we first started the memberships, they only allow a maximum of 4 emotes. So we kind of had to pick and choose a little bit. Suzanne Johnson says, "Good work." Thank you. I appreciate it. Have I had my day off yet? Yeah, about that, right? No, not yet. Now, we originally were planning on that this last weekend, but with things like the collab coming through, yeah, that just didn't happen. But it is still in the works. It's kind of one of those things, right? Just depending on how busy and crazy it gets.
Okay, I'm back.
How about the sunscreen?
Sunscreen. Let me do that.
That'd be pretty good.
We're
One of the
talking about
ones I'm
sunshine.
thinking. We're talking about the emotes. One of the ones we're thinking is for anybody who pays very close attention to the thumbnails. Whenever Maneater is in a thumbnail, I put like the little meme shades on them, and I'm thinking about making that an emote. It's a little Maneater with the meme shades.
That'd
Thug
be
Life
good.
shades. that'd be really fun.
Hey, James Fox, welcome to the
James,
Shadowkin.
welcome.
That is awesome. That's fantastic. Man, I'm so pumped about the membership thing. Like, I really am. I'm kind
Aren't
of.
you glad I set your behind down? It was like,
You did. We've been talking about
tired
it
of
for a
waiting.
while, but Sun
do
got
it.
on me yesterday. He was like, "Let's do it today. Let's do it today." I was like, "Okay, let's do it today." And so we finally got it. I thought it was going to be harder than it turned out to be. Do you know what I mean? Like we worked on it for a few hours, and we were able to put it in place. And we'll grow it. We'll make sure that, you know, it's what we want it to be. So, you know, feedback on it is going to be useful if anybody, you know, has a feeling about the values, like whether or not it's valuable, and so on and so forth. Also, make sure that when you get into the Discord, for whatever, you know, tier of membership you have, I mean, it's set up, it should be set up with a bot, but we're still kind of working through that process. Dark the Enigma, welcome to Barbarian. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah. So if you,
yeah.
Oh, hey, and there's, we finally got the text coming in. I didn't get the ding. It didn't give me any noise, but it did in fact put the banner up. But yeah, so if you have a membership and you don't have the corresponding rank in the Discord, please send me or Son a DM and we will get that sorted right away, because you deserve to have your rank in the Discord.
It's funny that you'd say that, because that's actually what I'm actively working on right now.
Yeah, I know you are. He's been working on it for a while. So, Stephen Markley, welcome to Barbarian. Thank you. That's fantastic.
Got all these barbarians in here. These
monsters. Yeah, all the members in the chat.
Tearing it up.
If you have a membership right now in chat, go ahead and spam your favorite emote out of the new 4 emotes. I just want to see which one's the favorite. Go ahead and spam them. Like everybody just spam your emotes. I want to see them. Those make me happy. The real technique. Okay, you're listed in the Discord. But yeah, spam one of your new emotes. How about Truth? Let's do the Morpheus one. I haven't seen that one. Yeah, let's do the Morpheus one. There we go, Dinky.
Dinky likes the sun emote. I like that.
Everybody likes the sun emotes. Thank you, Steven. So somebody's on my side. The truth and the soap.
The noob emote.
Okay, thanks. All right, that is awesome. That is fantastic. That makes me very happy.
Oh yeah, me too.
Okay. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel, Son. Let's get somebody else in here. Let's help somebody else today.
All right, let's get it done.
Noob takeover. That's what Alex is calling for. He wants you to do a takeover, Son. I want Son to do a takeover. I want him to try the takeover. Maybe our monthly membership stream, maybe the monthly membership stream should be a Son takeover stream. Once a month, Son's going to take over a member's account.
And just destroy it. No, I wouldn't.
You're paying for the privilege of being destroyed by Son.
It's what the people want. Come on, let's be real.
Man, I'm so pumped about those emotes. That's just got me very happy. And I do like the little Colred Plays badges too. Those are pretty cool. Now, just so you know, the way the badges work is after a month you get upgraded to the gold one, I think, right? And then after 2 months you get upgraded to the purple one. After 6 months you get upgraded to the actual one that you're looking at right here. You know, just the basic, not with the Gaelic and stuff. That's just extra raid stuff. But you get that actual logo badge. And then since nobody's even close there, we can add badges for like a year, 2 years, 3 years, and all that stuff. So we will do that when the time comes. But those are the badges that you can get.
All right, we've got our winner. And in fact, we've got our first repeat winner.
Who is our first
repeat winner that is like, I think close to or past the 90-day mark.
Uh-oh, we're going to have to do a check. Team Girl Squad. Girl Squad. Now
this is like all the way back to one of the very first ones.
I don't know if it's that old. Remember Team Girl Squad won and then wasn't there and then did it the next week, right? Like it was actually a delayed win, I believe. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Yeah. Now, the question is, how long ago was it? Was it 90 days ago or not? So,
Yeah, this was before I had a nice system to actually monitor that stuff.
that would be, let's call it September, because September 5th was a Tuesday takeover. So if it's September 5th or later, then you're good. Do you remember? Let's see if we can find it. Team Girl Squad, I don't want to shut you out, but we do have a policy. We do have a policy. So let's check. I don't want everybody else getting caught out either. Chances are it's probably right around then.
It's right around then, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's exciting times.
Do you remember the date? Does anybody remember the date? Let's see. Live streams. So Tuesday takeovers have been happening for a while. The first one was on September 12th. No. Yeah, the first one was on September 12th. So it's not 90 days yet. We haven't actually been doing them for 90 days yet.
So it must be real close.
It's real close. So we'll double check, but I'm going to apologize to Team Girl Squad. You're not at the 90-day mark yet. We do now have a bot in the Discord that marks down when everybody wins, but back 90 days ago or 83 days ago, we didn't yet have.
That was not the case.
Yeah, that was not the case. So I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to respin here. We're gonna have to do a respin. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, TJS. I think this one's on me.
Yeah. I apologize. Apologize for the confusion. I don't want anybody to have hurt feelings about it, but what I think we're probably going to do, just so everybody knows, is we'll probably reset it for the year in January, on January 1. So everybody
don't start making promises I can't keep. All right, you got to tell me before you start making stuff like that.
No, I think that's what we'll probably do, something like that. So it'll be we'll have to see what the bot says, but we may just have to reset the bot.
That's what I mean.
We may have to reset the bot, but I think this has been sort of an experimental thing coming up to this point, and I don't want people to be like, I don't want the same people to be getting takeovers over and over again, but simultaneously, like, we're also learning how to do this a little bit better. So we may just reset and be like, okay, takeovers for 24 are gonna all be under one banner.
All right, we've spun the wheel again.
All right.
John, your question. I don't see my name on the wheel, but I've reacted to the message. Did I do something wrong? No, you did nothing wrong. The wheel can just only show so many names because it can only get so big, but everybody is entered who reacts. Have a good one, Steven.
Yeah, see you, Steven. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for joining as one of our new members. Mad Eye, thank you. Thank you, buddy. Dave Strode, see ya. I think you're taking off too.
Out of that are coming in.
DTE
and we got
Gaming.
Our first winner. DTE.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, I'm still kind of pumped. I love building arena teams. I really do. I like arena. I'm not like, I don't want to spend all day in arena. I'm not that kind of PvP player, but I do enjoy PvP sometimes more than any other content, because that there's somebody else on the other side who's like adapting to you and changing. It's like, and it's the puzzle part of it. It's the competition part of it. That always gets me pumped. All right, so let's get some. Oops. All right,
yeah,
so
Jamie, I just set the wheel just so that it would be one away from you every time. Just so you know, just for you. You're the only one.
He's evil like that.
I am evil.
2 away feels bad. Doesn't 2 away feel slightly better than 1 away though? Like I would rather be 2 away than 1 away. I'd rather be on the flip side of it than 1 away. Like, I'd rather be anywhere. Yep.
All right.
I don't know how to do this in a way that is less painful for other people. You know, like it seems like the most fair way to do it. It's random. We don't control it. You know, it's just you just sign up, you get a chance and see what happens.
Yeah, we can't actually manipulate that bot in any way. It's third party. But the meme is now there.
All right, so let's
The
just
evil
double check
bot
that.
overlord.
Oh, Dark the Enigma. Is that you? DTE? That would make sense. Dark the Enigma.
Yeah.
You can just DM me directly. So just find Colred in the server, and then you can send that to me directly. So don't do it here in YouTube. Do it on the Discord server. That's great. Dark's been with us for a while. And one of our new members. So it's great to get a member. See, that was not planned. But maybe there's something going on there. Maybe Dark knew something. We're just waiting on the info there. All right. Members are the new guild members. A new rigging system is born. Alex is like, I too was a member. Alex, you want to take over? The wheel is pay to win.
The wheel is pay to win. Oh yeah, the wheel is third party, but I forgot to mention I got it from Plarium.
That's the best thing I've heard all day. The wheel is pay to win.
Oh, that's a good one.
I know your TGS. I know your Team Girl Squad. I remember. The wheel is pay to win.
That was good.
Oh, I've got some info coming in. Let's see. Oh boy. All right. All right, Dark. You got any specifics? Anything you're looking for help on? You want advice on? You want me to attempt? Just under 2 million silver here. I gotta click all the red dots. Gotta get these red dots. Those are really important red dots that give us nothing. You're one of those people, Dark. One of those people who just let the red dots proliferate. You know, I wish I could do that. I kind of wish I could just ignore them. You just want to look over. Okay. Absolutely. Okay, so level 73. Let's look at the login. Oh, you just picked up Vizix. Maybe. Well, we don't know how long ago. We'd have to look at the shards. How many Cleopteryx fragments do you have? 85. So actually about 90 days ago, you got your Vizix, huh? A little bit more than 90 days ago. You're getting close to Cleopteryx. That's cool. You're getting close to your Drexlar. That's cool too. Sorry about the Pythion fragments. All right, so let's start with the roster, actually. Let's start with the roster. It's always a good place to start. Okay, so how many 6 stars do we have? It looks like we have 20. 26 stars. Okay, so that's not too shabby. You've got some good ones here. You've got a Man-Eater. You've got a Helicath, so that's awesome. You got your Apothecary. Fantastic. You got your Fane, who's fantastic. You've got your Painkeeper. So are you building a Man-Eater budget unkillable? Or is that just a good champion that you're running up? You've got your Skull Crusher, Deacon, Coldheart, Scylla the Drakes. You got Artec. You got Supreme Gallic. Very nice. You've got a Kemptum down here at 50. My Celiac Priest Orn, High Katoon, your Vizix. You've got Shiramani. I love Shiramani. You've got Morag, Bronzelock, really fantastic. You've got Seer, Rector Drath, Madam Saris, Genbo. And then down here, you've got a Geo, because everybody's got a Geo. I don't know what it is about my takeovers. Everybody's got a Geo. You do have a Renegade at 50. You've got an Ignatius and a Baron. You've got Mr. Rider Death. You've got what you need. Old Hermit Jorg. You've got a Gorgorab. Very nice. You've even got a Bellower down here. And a second Deacon Armstrong. What do you got in the vaults? Anything going on in the vaults? Yep, some stuff going on in the vaults. A lot more 50s. You do have your Doom Priest. That's really solid. Fenshi, who I love. Inquisitor Shamil. You got an Allure down here. Allure needs to be out and leveling up. She's high priority when you get her. Man, you got some good champs. There's a third Deacon Armstrong. And then you got some duplicates. Another Fenshi. So, champions look good. I'll say this, like, if I'm just looking at the roster and I'm thinking about, like, what is it that you need to add, right? So, you're close to an incredibly powerful combo for Doom Tower and for a lot of bosses. And that is Vizix and Allure. So you've got Allure in the vault and you've got Vizix out here. These are the two best turn meter champions like in the game, turn meter control champions in the game. So Vizix on her A1 just has a 100% chance of decreasing the turn meter by 15% on each hit. That's a 30% turn meter decrease. Doesn't require crit rate, doesn't require anything but accuracy and the hit. So you can really use her in a lot of places. She's defensive base. You can build her really tanky. She's got a 100% AoE decreased speed when she's booked. Phenomenal skill. Super useful in wave content. Great against bosses. Great against Hydra. And plus the ally protection if you need it. She's got an AoE 100% chance of provoke. Also great in Hydra. Also great in wave content. Really good against Dark Fae if you don't build her too tanky. If you build her too tanky, then you'd rather not have her against Dark Fae. You combo that with Allure. Let's see. All right, so you combat. You put this on a combo, like a composition with Allure. She's got 3 chances to reduce a target's turn meter by 25%. It has to be a critical hit. So that's a little bit trickier because that means it doesn't just require accuracy. It also requires crit rate. And if you weak hit, it gets negated. But she gets 3 chances. So the chance of you weak hitting 3 times in a row is really low. So this is great turn meter fill. She also has an AoE decreased defense. It's the smaller version, but it's still a decreased defense. Has a chance of sleeping as well. And then her A3 actually hits really hard. It ignores 50% of the target's defense. But generally, you want her for this A1. You put Vizix and Allure on a team with Scylla the Drakes, say Deacon Armstrong or High Katoon or somebody to speed up everybody. And you just crush. I mean, you just slowly cruise through wave content. So if you are stuck everywhere, which is what you said to me, this more than maybe anything is what you want to start working towards, right? You've already got your RTAC. Looks like he's decent speed, 223. He's got good accuracy at 278. You could push that accuracy more. You could push that speed more, right? Really good HP at 74, almost 74,000, 73,000. So, talk about like Deacon. He's your speed aura. He's your turn meter fill. He's your drop defense. You bring RTAC, he's that wave clearer, he's that wave, HP burner. As you get up into higher levels of Doom Tower, he's going to be doing your damage. You bring in Vizix. Where is she? I've lost track of the Vizix. Maybe she was in the vault. Oh, there she is. You bring in the Vizix, she's going to give you that decreased speed. She's going to give you that AoE provoke, which means that she's going to give you time, right? She's going to give you that turn meter decrease. That's going to allow RTAC to just chew through everything. Scylla the Drakes throws that AoE stun out there. That's going to give you time. If anybody gets hit, she heals them up. If anybody dies, she brings them back. Allure does great on the bosses. She's got 3 chances of turn meter decrease. So she's just going to be bop, 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 bop. You turn off her other skills, bop, 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 3 turn meter decreases. Vizix comes in. Remember, Deacon has turn meter decrease on his A3 as well. That's another 15% turn meter decrease. You've got Scylla the Drakes, who's got turn meter decrease on her A1. Now you've got 4 champions with turn meter decreases. You have 2 champions with slows. You've got a leech. You've got a drop defense. You've got an HP burner. You have a decrease attack. You've got an AoE provoke. You've got an ally protect. You've got a decrease. You got a second decrease defense. You've got a sleep. You got 4 turn meter decreases. It's an incredibly powerful team. It will chew through everything. There's nothing that you can't do with those 5 champions. There's no fight in the game you can't do with those 5 champions other than maybe clan boss. Doesn't make sense in clan boss. I would say obviously you don't need Allure in Hydra clan boss either, but all of the other bosses, it's like, all right, maybe I was being hyperbolic. Now I'm finding places you can't go. But in terms of wave content, there's no place you can't go. Like you don't want the turn meter decrease on Bommel, fine. But all the way up to the top of Doom Tower. How are you doing on normal? You got stopped by this Bommel. Okay, so Bommel requires a solution, right? But all these floors, you will chew them up. Hard Doom Tower, you get in here, chew them up. No problem. Those 5 champions, that's like my favorite team. It's not fast, by the way. It's not fast. But you don't care if the enemies are revivers. You don't care if they're nukers. You don't care if they have counterattacks. You don't care if because as long as you're going faster than they are, they never go. They're constantly slowed, provoked, stunned, turn meter decreased, slept. You have almost every CC in the game other than freeze and fear there. It's like you have everything. It's just crazy. So get those 5 champions going and that will chew up the game. By the way, if you don't like that, you can mix somebody, like if you want more damage, take Allure out and put in Supreme Gallic, right? You're going to get more damage out there. You get more HP burn activations. Or if you want a little bit, if you want a little bit of coverage on the buff strips, again, you could pull 1 champion out, put in Sun Wukong. That might speed you up a little bit. Put in Trunda. She's going to speed you up, So if I were going to say, who do you need to build next? I would highly recommend if you're stuck, Vizix and Allure. It's 1 legendary, 1 epic, right? And you have everybody else you need. Now, Shiramani is incredibly helpful. Myceliac Priest Orin is really good. Akemptum is fantastic. You got him in a stun set. He's great for wave content. Obviously, Seer is god tier. You need to get her to 6 stars, and you need to have a setup team for her. And the setup team might be a little bit like weird because you generally have to speed tune it, right? You can't just throw her in with good champions. You need to speed tune the turns and you need to have a reset champion and do all that stuff. So that can be a little bit tricky. So, you know, if you don't want to focus on her, that's fine. But eventually, like let's say once you get your Mithrala, now it's time to focus on Seer. Mithrala is the perfect pairing for Seer in terms of buffs. So once you get there, you know, you've already got the Renegade that's going to give you the reset. So yeah, you've got great champions and you've got a lot of choices. That's one of the things that can happen is you can end up with so many great 50s. You don't know who to take to 60. You've got Skull Crown. You've got Akemptum. You've got Seer. You know, hey, you've got Magnar. You've got Rector Dread. These are all worth 6. Gembo's worth a 6-star. You know, Madame Ceres. I'd leave her at 50. You know, Morag. Dathi. You know, obviously Baron. Baron you could take to 60. Oh my gosh. You know, like, but again, this is a champion you want to have booked out. So that's one option for getting unstuck. Let me check the chat there. Can't get unkillable clan boss to work. I can talk, but not on stream. Yeah. Don't worry about talking. You can just chat to me. That's fine. All right, so let's look at your clan boss. Actually, let's check your arena just real quickly. Gold 2. Yeah, you've also got options here. If you want to prioritize arena, I don't think you need another nuker. Like, you don't need to build Genbo out. You know, you've got what you need here. Wukong is a great speed lead. I would suggest you either go tankier or you go for a go first team. And there are a lot of different ways to go tanky with your roster. You have a Man-Eater. Man-Eater gives you an unkillable buff. You have a Helicath. He gives you tons of defensive stats. Like, you could even run both of them potentially. Or you could run a Helicath with, you know, like if you run a Helicath with Ultimate Death Knight, that's so annoying. It's so incredibly annoying to try to break through. You know, you'll want some kind of reviver support. Maybe bring in Scylla the Drakes, you know, and it's like maybe Wukong's your only damage dealer, although Helicath hits pretty hard. And that team just never goes down. You know, it's slower, but it might do you better than this kind of hybrid between tankiness and damage. Bringing in 3 champions whose primary focus is damage. I mean, Wukong here's playing a dual role. I find that this kind of team doesn't work very well once you get to where you are, gold 2. Like, you will cap out. You'll be more powerful than other teams, and you won't progress anymore because you're not doing any one kind of composition super well. You're just in this middle ground. And what that means is a lot of teams will counter you and you won't counter many teams. So if you like, you know, the unkillable Sun Wukong who keeps coming back and back, and you like the defensiveness of a UDK team, I would actually potentially pull out these damage dealers and emphasize that strategy more by getting Helicath into the team, and then maybe like Scylla of the Drakes, or probably Scylla of the Drakes, you know, depending on who's built really well. That might give you more. You know, the other option is, hey, pull Sun Wukong out. You don't need the speed aura, and get a tanky damage dealer in there. Maybe you keep Trunda in there, or maybe you bring in even like Artak, right? Who's just super hard to kill. It's like, you'll never die. Between Helicath, Scylla of the Drakes, and UDK, it's so hard to kill that team. So you could think about something like that. But let's look at your clan boss. All right, so you're pulling down 12.5 million a key in Brutal right now. And your clan has not unlocked Nightmare. Are you in a clan? You are in a clan. Okay. It's a relatively new clan. It's your clan. You're the leader. All right. I saw the name of that too, by the way. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So the question is, can we do better and brutal here? Now you have an interesting team. You know what? Let's do this. I haven't done this on a stream really that many times. I'm going to go ahead and launch the Hell Hades optimizer. Let's see what Hell Hades says. You guys played Destiny together? Gotcha. Yeah, by the way, I should shout this out. People have asked me to shout this out. We've had some inactivity in the clans, in the noob versus pro clans. So I have a clan and Sun has a clan. I think I've got 4 or 5 spots. So if people are looking for a new clan, we have Ultra Nightmare unlocked in both clans. Although I don't think we're clearing it in either clan, but we're clearing Nightmare every day in my clan. And so, yeah, we would be very happy to have additional applicants. All you got to do is come to the Discord. Actually, probably the simplest thing is just DM me or Sun in the Discord.
Yeah, just DM me.
Just DM us. That's easy. Yeah. So we're still looking for, we're looking to replace a few people who went inactive. Okay. Let's see here. So I've got the Hell Hades artifact. I got to update it. Of course I got to update it. So let me update that. And then we'll get going. Let me take a look at the roster again just to see what I think might end up working. So you have 2 unkillable champions that I can see. You have a Helicath and you have a Maneater. Now, I've never built a team using those 2 champions. I don't even know what the speed tune would look like because Helicath is on a 4-turn cooldown. Maneater's on a 5-turn cooldown. This is a block damage champ. This is an unkillable champ. There might be a speed tune out there that uses both of them. I don't know. It's possible to build an unkillable team using only Helicath, and you don't have to use anybody else. And the way that you do that is you use his shield, which is his A2, to block damage on the stun target. So it's not truly unkillable, but usually you can build him so that his shield is big enough that nobody dies for 50 turns. That's actually how I use mine. That typically requires a cooldown reduction champion in Renegade, which you have. So that is actually a viable strategy. Another thing you could do is kind of go with a hybrid team for now, which would be a mix of block damage, shields, and buffs that's not tuned. Do you know what I mean? Like, just don't worry about the tune yet and wait for a Demitha or a Warcaster or a Roshguard the Tower or somebody else to pair with Helicath and actually make an easier unkillable and truly unkillable team. Now, if you were going to do that, Morak Bronzelock is a good champion to pair. She brings a strength, and you could potentially bring, like my Celiac Priest Ornn is really good because he's very tanky. So on his passive, he gets additional HP and defense every time a poison goes off, up to 25%. So he's like a really tanky damage dealer. You can mix in, actually, Gentoro is a really good clan boss damage dealer as well. Although I think, yeah, he has this decreased defense and weaken on the same skill. I think he's a little bit harder to speed tune because of, this passive. Alternator fill effects are increased by 50%. So the clan boss calculator, will figure that out for you, but it's a little bit tricky. You do have Apothecary, Deacon Armstrong, Painkeeper. I don't know if you have an Eris building down here. So you have some of the components for going unkillable, for getting very fast. But let's see here. I'm going to pull you guys into the... not going to make you look at that. That's just annoying when it's sticking out there under the screen. Okay. So let's start with Brutal. Look at that. 94 million damage on a key on Brutal. My guess is this is full auto, affinity friendly, unkillable. So this exact team probably goes all the way up to Ultra Nightmare. I don't know if the tune would need to be tweaked, and I don't know what the damage is at Ultra Nightmare. It probably drops down significantly, but this might be a 2-key Ultra Nightmare team. There's another one here with Geomancer, which could be very good. And then down here, you sort of have a version of a Man-Eater budget unkillable, right? With the Painkeeper and Man-Eater. And here you've got, yeah, that's probably affinity friendly. Well, okay, so let's take a look at this one right here. So the speeds are basically the same, but the lower speed is a little bit easier. It also does a little bit less damage. I don't know why. Why would that do less damage unless it changed the speed tune? Oh, I think I'm doing something wrong here. I don't want to. How do I go back? Yeah, I don't know how to go back there. Okay, so I want to view the team. I didn't want to build the team. There we go. All right, so see, fully booked. I want to see if the Renegade is fully booked. The Renegade is booked to 6 turns. This is the same way I did my speed tune. So if we look at Renegade. So her A3 is the cooldown reduction. 1 book gets it down to 6 turns, from 7 to 6, and then 2 books gets it down to 5. The problem with getting it down to 5 is that that's a weird ratio. You have to go 5 to 3, but then you have other champions who are going at like 4 to 3 or what. So it's just a weird number. The easier way to do it is to get it down to a 6 turn, because the clan boss cycle is 3 turns. So then it's just every other cycle. You know, it's like that's how it works. Then if you can go 2 to 1, you go to 2 to 1 ratio, you get 6 turns to the boss's 3 turns. And that means her 6 turn cooldown lines up once per cycle. So that would be the optimal scenario. So if we go back to that team, you'll see, you know, the A3 is not fully booked because you don't want it fully booked. You want it on a 6 turn cooldown. Let's go ahead and plug this in. Let's plug this in. Just a sec. All right, so let's go we're just going to go ahead and plug this into the calculator. Okay, if I need to buy keys, I will. I don't know. I mean, you're not booked. Do you know what I mean? Helicath is not booked. So we're not really going to get the speed tune to where it needs to be. I'm not going to rebuild you until you get your books. But I'm going to create the speed tune for you. So remember to mark this down, bookmark this video, come to this point in the video, and you can look at the actual calculator in the speed tune. Then if you need to talk to me about it in Discord, just send me a message sometime and be like, you know, I'm trying to tweak it, whatever, because I've rebuilt my champions. I'm just going to get you the tune today. I don't think that I can actually like build your tune in game. Let me just look real quickly. Yeah, you have no books right now. So you will need a fully booked out Helicath. Probably you can start to use the tune once his A3 is fully booked, once his block damage skill is fully booked. And that only requires 2 books if you get lucky. but this will give you a speed tune to move towards. In the meantime, you can just throw it together if you want and see how those champions do well. We can also talk about that at the end when I actually have the speed tune for you. So yeah, for right now, let me actually get myself kind of over here. No, whatever. It doesn't matter where I am. I'm always in the way. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start implementing this speed tune to see if we can get it to work. So let's assume Deacon Armstrong. I think he's in the lead here. I think that's what this means, that he's, yeah. And he's got full book. So we're going to put Deacon up front. And that means we've got to put in the 19% speed aura. Okay. Now we need the speed here. Now, I'm not sure if this speed is the build speed or the final speed. It may be that it's the final speed. Does anybody know in chat? Does anybody know if these speeds in the Hell Hades optimizers are the final speed, like after the speed aura is calculated? I haven't actually used this feature very often because I just bought my subscription. I'm not getting any. You think it's the final speed? I think it might be the final speed. So we need to hit 233, I think, right? So what's it say? Speed 233. So here we're going to do, let's do 224. And then it's like, no, that's a little bit high. Okay, so we need to get down to 233. Yeah, 19, not 9. I don't know why I did that. Okay, 214. So that's 233. So let's get in the next champion. Next champion is Hellcath at 283. So again, so we need 283. So we can build them at 264. Right. So I think this is how we're going to see if this is the way it works. But I'm pretty sure that these speeds, I'm pretty sure that I've done this in the past. And these speeds here are including the aura. Okay, so Doom Priest is at 203. And so we're going to run her at 184 probably. Yeah, there we go. And then this is 274 for Renegade. That's pretty fast. 72 or 255. 56. Okay. And then we've got Rhonda. Now, the damage dealer shouldn't matter. Like, you don't have to have Rhonda. It could be literally any damage dealer you want in that spot. So based on your roster, you know, you can think about whether it's Gintoro or somebody like that you want. Rhonda's just there, I think, because she's got the 5-star blessing, so she probably has Brimstone, and she hits pretty hard. But it can be literally any damage dealer. So let me just quick look at your roster. It's like, who would I maybe put in that spot? I mean, you could put Frozen Banshee there. You know, you could put Supreme Gallic there, has the HP burns and the increased attack and all that stuff. Gintoro makes a lot of sense. You've got Whisper. Whisper could work. Fane could work really well. Fane could work fantastically. So let's just put Fane in. I know that'll make Sun happy.
Amen.
And then who are we missing? No, that's everybody. That's all 5. Okay, we got to find the speed for Fane. Fane is running at 252. So that'd be... yeah. Now, when you get this, you've got to like do all the sets. You've got to put the Lore of Steel and all that stuff in. So when you put the speeds in, you're going to get these boxes, and you need to like line up your sets. So what we're doing right now is like the theoretical speed tune. But then the tweaking happens after you've put your gear on, or as you're like don't glyph out your gear until you've figured out exactly what your sets are. So you want to typically get within glyphing range. And then before you actually glyph, you want to put all the sets in here. So it's like, oh, I know I can reach these speeds, but do they need to be these exact speeds, or can I tweak them? So in this particular case, I don't think it has any sets in here, and I'm not going to worry about the sets for now. Okay, so this looks like the actual... It looks close. It's not right. There's something off. It's probably the turn meter fill, but let's check what the optimizer says. Now, another thing that we figured out recently is that this doesn't account for the speed in the arena bonus or the area bonus. Sorry. So there may be a speed bonus there that gets messed up. Oh, and then the other thing is we have to change Renegade's cooldowns. So that'll have an effect. So Renegade's cooldown here on her A3 has to be changed to a 6-turn cooldown. Okay. Now let's see if there are any other instructions that are different. So in terms of AI setup, we want to see all of it. All right, so time compression opens, which would be normal. A3, then A2 on Helicath. We got to figure out when this hits. So when does... So Sacrificial Ritual opens. Renegade does that. Okay, so it looks pretty much like default. Like, I don't know why this would do anything but A3, A2. This is going to be A3, A2. Yeah. Okay. So this doesn't look tuned. This doesn't look tuned. So let's see if we increase Deacon speed, does it tune? Yeah, there it goes. There it tunes. Okay, this is a weird tune. I don't know if this is the exact tune, but so we sped Deacon up by 2.
I've got a Civic in the chat saying those speeds are build speeds. They put it in the calculator that way, and it looks good.
Oh, really? All right, let's try that. That's weird because this actually tunes. The A3 doesn't happen every time. It happens 2 out of 3, which is weird. Yeah, so it's not tuned. All right, so they're build speeds 233. I think this was 283. This is 203. This is 274. And 251 or 252. There you go. Yeah. Okay. But there's something going on with Helicath's skills here. So down here, you can see what's happening is everybody is going twice, except for Deacon, but Deacon's got the extra turn, right? So he's getting the extra turn. He's going 3 times, but technically he's kind of going at a 2-to-1 ratio because of his extra turn. So everybody's going twice. Doom Priest is at the top of every column. The reason Doom Priest is at the top of every column is her passive goes off on her turn. So in column 3, when she goes first, she cleanses the slow of the Spirit Affinity clan boss. And then at the top of column 1, she cleanses whoever has the stun on them. So this just allows you to go affinity friendly. Now, it doesn't look affinity friendly from the get-go, though, which means that there's something going on with this speed tune that's not quite right. And I don't know what it is, or maybe it's just not built to do that. I don't know. Maybe it's just built for every other affinity. That could be it. But what I would try to do is tweak this to make that work. The other thing that's happening is Helicath's A3 should be going up on the bottom of column 1. You want everybody to be unkillable there. You want everybody to be unkillable against the AoE 2. And then you want the shield up at the bottom of the 3rd column. And that prevents the stun from killing anybody. So I'm not sure exactly what is causing that in here. Let's see if there's any not used. We can turn off. That doesn't matter. This is first, that's second. What if we did this? All right, so it doesn't look like we can delay. So it might just be Renegade. Can we delay her?
Did you change the difficulty?
Yeah. Yeah, but my guess is this has to tune for Ultra Nightmare. Like this has to tune for Ultra Nightmare. Even though it looks like it tunes for Brutal, who cares? Right? The idea for this speed tune is that it works on Brutal, on Nightmare, on Ultra Nightmare. So you need to speed tune it here and then worry about the lower difficulties, like if you have to tweak it. So you need to get it to work here. So I don't think that's the issue. It could be that this is the reverse of my kind of speed tune, where instead of having the A2 on the 3rd column, they're putting the A2 up on the 1st column. That feels really dangerous to me. I mean, obviously it's speed tunes, but we've got these two kind of situations where I wonder if Fane is the problem. I wonder if Fane throws it off because she doesn't get turn meter fill against the boss. She gets turn meter, she steals turn meter when turn meter can be reduced, but nobody's doing that here. So I kind of like the tune. I'm just worried about this A2 being over here. And I'm trying to think, how do we get the A2 to move? There we go. It just occurred to me. I'm like, okay, there's this other one, right? Which one did we just look at? I think we looked at that one, but we looked at this one. The speeds are slightly different, right? This is 233, this is 283. This is the one we were just doing. And then this team is 229, 283, right? Yeah, so it's slightly different. This is actually maybe a little bit easier to build. Because Renegade's now running at 260 instead of 274. Let's see if we do these speeds. Let's see what happens there. So this is 229 for Deacon. Right, this was 283, I think. $203, $260. And $251. How does that line up? Yeah, and that works too, to get the A3 in the right spot. So this is better. All right, now it doesn't come into tune until here, turn 6. No, it swapped again. Okay, potentially what could be happening. So this is what could be happening. It just occurred to me. These champions are all geared, and you can see that they have like this guy has a speed. So if I did that, if I just put him in a speed set, like that would change a little bit. And then if you do that with everybody, that might tweak it out. But so, here, if I'm looking at this, all I got to do is get him to 285. And now you'll notice that his A3 is on column 1 and column 2. It also tunes at, well, I guess now it tunes at turn 5. But it's basically tuned at turn 3. So this is a situation where it's like, okay, Helicath has the A3 at the bottom of the first column, at the bottom of the second column, puts up the shield here at the bottom of the third column. Doom Priest will cleanse at the top of the first column, so whoever gets stunned gets cleansed. Now, in this particular situation, you may want to consider the affinity of your champions. Right, so Fane is Spirit Affinity. Helicath is also Spirit Affinity. Deacon is also Spirit Affinity. So what you may want to do is make sure that Helicath takes the stun. That would be the best option. Deacon Armstrong could probably also take the stun. What you don't want to have happen is you don't want to have Fane to take the stun. So she needs to be at the back of the turn order. And it shouldn't be a problem. Like, as long as she doesn't get too much damage early on, like, the stun target won't change. So when it's Magic Affinity, all the Spirit Affinity champions are going to potentially take the stun. Fane's the only one you really need to watch out for. She's the only one that's likely to die. Everybody else is tanky. So build your Renegade tanky, build your Doom Priest tanky, build your, Deacon Armstrong tanky, and then it doesn't matter who gets stunned. And now all of a sudden you've got a very nice speed tune that is probably 3 affinities. It's probably 3 affinities. Now you don't have to have Fane. You could have any, I just put her in here. Doesn't have to be Fane. The nice thing about Fane is Fane brings a decreased attack, decreased defense, weaken, and poisons. So she brings kind of a little bit of everything. But you have the decreased defense from Deacon, you have the weaken from Helicath, so you don't need her to bring those. Do you know what I mean? So basically, she's a poisoner and a backup to those other things. Doom Priest brings your increased attack, so that's really nice. And makes you not fully affinity friendly, maybe because of this tune. But chances are, she makes you affinity friendly for the stun at least. And this may actually tune in Spirit Affinity. Like, we can try it. We can see what it looks like in Spirit Affinity. And it looks like it does tune. It also tunes in Spirit Affinity. It just does it differently. You get to it in a little bit of a different way. But it will still speed tune. Except now the A2 is in the wrong spot. Okay. So it looks like the speed tune, it will tune, but you'll just have the A2 in the different spot, which will be interesting. I don't know, maybe that will be enough to still get you, say, a 2 key. That could probably still get you a 2 key. So it does speed tune. It speed tunes in a different way against Spirit Affinity than it does against Void Affinity. So when you're running him at 285 here, you can see you've got the A3, then A2 on the stun. And then when you switch over to Spirit Affinity, it's A2 on the first column, then A3 and A3 on the stun. I don't like that as much, but it might still be okay. It might still be okay, especially if you have, good enough gear. So consider, who you want to bring in as the damage dealer. And just make sure that, you're like Myceliac Priest Orin might be really good. Let's take a look at the roster again. As far as your damage dealers, your clan boss damage dealers, you have Frozen Banshee, who could be excellent for you. Fane is really good. Jintoro. If you don't want to book him out, if it's just, if you have too many legendary champions that need books, then don't make it Jintoro. You can always worry about that in the future. You can always get progress later on. This guy's great. Akemtham's great. Yeah. Now, the other thought here, and this was something that we were talking about earlier on, and then I kind of got away from, is you don't necessarily have to do this. Don't feel like forced into this. You don't have to do this. You can start building Helikath in a direction. Start building him with the intention of getting him to be your unkillable clan boss, buff provider. And then you can start thinking about how do you supplement that? Because there are also, if you go to Deadwood's site, you can come in here and you can say, well, let me look at a speed tune and let me look at all the Helikath speed tunes. And there are several that you can pair him up with another block damage champion or unkillable champion. So, okay, so this is actually interesting because this is one you already have. You already have Maneater. You would need a Seeker here. I don't think you have a Seeker. I didn't see a Seeker on your roster. Maybe you do have a Seeker. Let me double check. Do you know if you have Seeker anywhere? You don't have him. Okay, I didn't think so. So, there is that Maneater Helikath combo that I guess you can make here. I've never built it before, but, again, you have all of these other options. Let's look at Deacon Forever. Let's see what that gets you. Yeah, so here, this is actually a really good speed tune. And I've built something similar to this before. You can see it's a 2-to-1. It uses Deacon. Now, one of the downsides of this, the reason that I didn't do this on my main account is because Deacon runs pretty slow here, and I like to run him in Arena, and I need him faster. So depending on how you use Deacon, you may or may not want to do this. But the idea with this one is you're using 2 unkillable champions, 2 block damage champions. And by the way, only one of them has to be a 2-turn, I think. One of them can be a 1-turn. So you can use a Warcaster in this spot here, the Rosh card, the tower. You can see it actually describes it here. It says the fast block damage can be any of them, and then the slow block damage cannot be Demitha or Warcaster in this slot. So what you would do here, right, is you create a situation where you can see where it tunes. You've got Helikath, which is the green bar, and you've got Roshguard the Tower, which is the purple bar. Now, they both put up a block damage buff. They both put them up for 2 turns, and they both do it on a 4-turn cooldown. Okay? So Helikath's A3 and Roshguard's A3 are both block damage buffs. So in the first column, at the bottom of the first column, you get Helikath's. Now, the important thing here is that you need a 2-turn buff because Roshguard is going to go after Helikath. So if this were like a Warcaster who only puts it up for 1 turn, it would fall off of Roshguard before the clan boss actually went. So Helikath's has to be a 2-turn. Now, Roshguard's at the bottom of the turn, so his A3 here in the second column only needs to be 1 turn. So this could be a Warcaster. That would be okay. So the purple bar can be a Warcaster instead of a Roshguard. It could also be a Demitha on a 4-turn cooldown. Demitha, if you book her all the way out, is on a 3-turn cooldown. But for this, you would want her on a 4-turn cooldown. So then Helikath swaps off with Roshguard, right? So he does, you can see here, he does his A3 in column 1 and then again in column 3. Whereas Roshguard covers column 2. But then in the next rotation, it switches. Roshguard does 1 and 3, and Helikath does 2. Again, you have to have the 2-turn cooldown in the green bar spot because the purple bar always goes after him. So it needs to be up for 2 turns. This is a great speed tune, and it can be a 1-key Ultra Nightmare, depending on what you're bringing. Underpriest Brogni, by the way, in here is just a any champion who's got a yeah, Brogni's the reason he's here. You don't need him. I'm wondering why he has to be here. Because I was going to say he brings a block damage. I'm sorry, a block debuffs buff. But you have Doom Priest. So Doom Priest is already making you go affinity friendly. So I don't think you need Underpriest Brogni at all unless there's something that's going on here that requires it. So you might need it here. But you shouldn't need it once you're into the speed tune. So like if you look here, if we change it to Spirit, yeah, he's erasing the Spirit. And so the Spirit tune and the Void tune are exactly the same. They don't alter at all because he's blocking it. So maybe that's why he's here. I mean, Brogni's a great champion if you happen to have him. But my feeling is that you could run this with just the Doom Priest and you could run a second damage dealer in Brogni's spot. So you could run... Yeah, you could run a second damage dealer or the only damage dealer here in Brogni's spot. But this is a good speed tune. So this might be a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Let me actually see what they say. Deacon Forever. 1-key Ultra Nightmare. So you can get this. Now, Brogni brings HP burns. You know, you still have the weaken from Helicath. You still have the decreased defense from Deacon. You still have the increased attack. Actually, in this case, Brogni also brings an increased attack, I think. So you have like all the buffs that you need. But you're going to actually, you know, you have to have everybody master it out. All right. So you don't have to build the unkillable yet, is what I'm saying. Because once you get Helicath sort of in position, you'll notice this speed is 253 for Helicath. Whereas this one is 192. And then there's another one that's like, so getting him booked is more important than the speed that you land on with him because there's so many different ways to get him to the right speed. So if we go back to your account just for right now, and we talk about like, how do we improve this clan boss team? Okay, we have a key. All right, so I want to see who's built. I want to see who's really well built. Booked, mostly booked, kind of booked, sort of booked. Booked. Who's got masteries? Masteries. No masteries. Mastery. On his way. On his way. On his way. On her way. Huh, okay. All right, I'm going to try something. I don't know if it's going to help, but we're going to try something. We're going to take UDK out. We're going to take Artak out. And we're going to bring in Deacon Armstrong and Siege Hulk. Not Siege Hulk. Skull Crusher. He's not built, though. So I got to make sure everybody's built. Now he's got his lifesteal. Let's see if we got anything that we could put him. It almost doesn't matter how he's built, but I'd rather have him fast than not. He's fully booked, yeah. So make sure everybody's built here. Nope. All right, that might be a little too much then. Let me see if we can. I mean, he's strong. He's got Phantom Touch at 3 stars. Okay, so 30% chance to inflict bonus. He's fully masteried. Yeah, I think we just got to try it. This is not quite what I would do, but I think we got to try it for now. So let me just see if we can get something reasonable on him. I would prefer crit rate. So maybe see if we roll into crit rate on this. That's good. One more. Give us a double. Give us a double. One more. Give us a double. Not too bad. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have the silver to muck about too much. I just want him built. Yeah, okay, she's kind of fast enough. Let's see. And then we need him with some speed gauntlets, right? What am I looking at? Nobody has a speed subset. Okay. Is there somebody who had a... All right, then we're just going to go for defensive stat. So we'll go for this. really don't like that build on him though. I don't want him in lifesteal. All right, let's just rebuild this guy. We have 1 million silver. We can do this.
Famous last words.
Yeah, right. All right, let's start with the boots and see if there are boots in any set that can be of value here. So for him, we just care about defense. We don't care about any offensive stuff. Anything that gives us defense. We don't care about accuracy, by the way. We really don't care about anything except his ability to survive. This could be good. Like if you can get, that kind of thing, that's fine. That's phenomenal. Deflection, if we have another piece of deflection somewhere. I mean, you could put him in like a Guardian set. This is reasonable as well. Or regen or immortal, like all of those are reasonable, but this is the piece that we have, so let's try that. And then let's go ahead and do some defensive and HP percentage, chest piece, and gauntlets. Let's see what we have there. So now we're looking for deflection. See if there's anything in deflection. No, it doesn't look like there is. I think deflection really... Okay. So before I keep those boots on, let me see if there's anything else into... Oh, resilience would be good. Let's see if we can get a speed substat. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I like that one slightly better. I mean, regen's not bad, especially early on, because he's going to be taking a lot of damage. Probably wouldn't put it in Guardian, but we could put him in Stalwart. This is not bad either. Let's see if we did this instead. Okay. Now we want to keep that. Let's see what we have in regen. All right, we're not going to get there, I don't think. Well, maybe. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get there in regen. All right, so let's look at the sets that we're already in here, which are Defiant and Deflection. We need a deflection piece. Not too bad. Speed HP is good. And it looks like that's what we've got, so we got to take it. And then maybe deflection. I'm sorry, Defiant. Defense percentage, crit rate, speed, defense, and crit rate. That's not bad either. And now maybe we can find something good in Immortal, which would give him a little bit of survivability. No good chest pieces in Immortal. We need a defensive percent or an HP percent chest piece. We have to have that. I think Jintoro's attack based, isn't he? Not that that's a great set for him either, but I mean, the only set that makes much sense here is this. And of course, we're using her as a damage dealer, so, but this is a much better piece for him, I think. We can always figure out something for her. Now let's do this. And substats, speed. Okay, so he would be running at 204. He'd have 3,500 defense, 55,000 HP. He doesn't need accuracy or anything else. That's not a bad build. That gets him where he needs to be. He's got 2 nice defensive sets on. Oh, this is a 4-piece. Deflection's a 4-piece. I didn't even realize deflection was a 4-piece. Why didn't I? I should have known that. I knew that was a 4-piece. I just wanted that set. I just wanted that to work. I just wanted that to work so bad. Okay, so now all of a sudden that changes things a little bit. So let's go back and just look at these pieces. Maybe we can pick up Immortal and some of that. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything here. I think we're kind of stuck in a spot where it's like we're almost there, but we're not quite there. I think I'm going to go back to the deflection. It's just going to be a broken set for now. And that's fine. That's what we're going to just have to deal with for a minute. Because that gets us really good stats. So we'll do that. Let's make sure we get Frozen Banshee a chess piece. I'm selling that piece. I might need that 20,000 silver.
Hey, Dane. Welcome to the Barbarians.
Hey, thank you. We got another barbarian in the house. Gotta love it.
I don't know why that didn't ping you. I'm still gonna work on that.
Yeah. All right. So now what we've got is she's still in pretty good shape, right? She's a little bit slower. She's about 10 slower, which is a significant drop off, but we're going for counterattacks here. So what we're going to try is this. Now is everybody built? Did I build Kale? Kale's built. Okay. All right, so now this isn't tuned, right? This is not tuned at all. But the idea here is that Helicath is going to massively reduce the damage. He also brings a weaken debuff. You get the poison sensitivity and the weaken debuff. That's 50% extra damage, or 225% extra damages that you get for all of the poisons. Because weaken works with poisons. You don't need the decreased defense from Deacon Armstrong that much, but you have that as well. You're going to fill up the debuff bar with a lot of poisons. You're going to get counterattacks. Counterattacks are going to proc all of your A1s. So you have masteries on Frozen Banshee. So she's got her War Master. You've got Kale with his War Master. You've got Deacon Armstrong with his War Master. So all of those are going to counterattack and proc those. In addition, this is going to give your Deacon Armstrong a chance to get those A1 leeches back up. It's going to give your Frozen Banshee a chance to get the poison sensitivities and the poisons back up if the poison sensitivity is up. It's going to let Kale get his poison up. It's also going to help Helicath get his weaken back up. Remember, he's not booked, so increased chances are going to be great. So let's see how this does. Now, I have no idea, about the tune. We don't know what this is going to look like. But we were talking about what were we talking about? I didn't even check the damage. Do you remember what the damage was? Do you remember what your damage was at this difficulty level? So you can see how full the debuff bar is, right? So one of the questions is, does the counterattack help? And so an option here, which is a really good option, 24. Okay. An option here would be to pull Kale. Right? He's not built great anyway. Pull Kale and get Fane in here. Or get, it's a 2 key. Okay. You need 24 million. Is it 24 million or 21.4 million? But anyway, my point being, you can bring in another damage dealer here rather than Kale. Maybe somebody who doesn't fill up with as many poisons. If you're filling up the debuff bar. If you're not filling up the debuff bar, then who cares? Then go whatever. So, Helicath's going to block some of the damage. He's going to keep you nice and healthy. That leech is going to keep everybody healthy. The counterattack's going to allow them to proc more leeches and keep them nice and healthy. Eventually, you're going to get to the point where you get one shot. But that's what you're hoping for, right? The idea is to get as far as you can and then get one shot, as opposed to be slowly whittled down over time. In the meantime, you should be doing maximum damage every turn. So you do have the poison sensitivity up right now. You've got the decreased defense. We don't have a weaken up. That healing reduction is getting in the way. We'd actually rather not have that. So if we could get rid of, it shouldn't matter as you go up in difficulty, because Skull Crusher doesn't have enough, probably won't have enough accuracy to land that over and over again. But right now Helicath doesn't have books, and he might not have enough accuracy, so we're not going to get that weaken all the time. But as long as we have that poison sensitivity up there and we have a full debuff bar, we should be doing okay. So you were doing what, about 10 or 12 million, something, 12 million per run? You did a 2-key brutal, right? And you need 21 million for brutal. So I think you got 24 million. So I think you got about 12 million per run. So right now, it really depends on how Helicath's abilities cycle. He's got the shield up. Now we've got the ally protect up as well. So if the hit comes here, Deacon was the only one with it down. You can see that, like, if you did speed tune this, if you were able to speed tune this, you get a lot of survivability up. But what may happen is Deacon with the extra turn might outrun his unkillable buff. In this case, he didn't. He had it up. And that could cause a problem. So it really depends where the buffs go up and how lucky you get. But the damage here per turn is decent. Those counterattacks are helping. Once you get Helicath masteries and books, that's going to help a lot. And I do think, like, Kale is not built well here. He's built awkwardly. We'll see how much damage he does at the end of the run here. And, you know, we don't have a cleanse or a block debuffs buff. But look at that debuff bar, just totally full. So we're already at the 12 million mark. We just lost Deacon. That's going to be a problem because now that his leech is going to come down, we're not going to be healing anymore. So only if anybody has lifesteal, I don't think anybody has lifesteal anymore either. So, you know, now we're going to be running out of time. So we're probably going to max out maybe around 14 million, maybe 15 if we get lucky. No, we're not even going to get that far. So about 13 and a half. So a small improvement. But I think, you know, the bigger thing here, let me not lose you that key. We'll reset this key. I think the bigger idea here, the really important one is Helikath is an account carry. He carries you everywhere. He is great in dungeons. He's great in Doom Tower. He's great. You can use him in an arena. You can use him in live arena. You can use this guy everywhere. And eventually you're going to speed tune him and he's going to be stuck at that speed. And that's fine because it's still going to be very fast. It's probably on the low end going to be at like 218. And on the high end is going to be 285 in that speed tune that we saw. So start building in that direction. Start building with the intention of making him your everywhere tank. He's just going to carry you everywhere. Lifesteal gear for tanks is not nearly as valuable as regeneration gear or bolster set or guardian set or, you know, immortal or straight up defense, even resilience. You don't get survivability out of your tanks by putting them in lifesteal gear. You were also doing that. I think originally you were doing that for Skull Crusher. If you want tanks to survive, remember that they don't take much damage, but they also don't do much damage. Lifesteal gear gives you survivability when you do a lot of damage. So this is much more focused on attack-based champions, or at least hard-hitting defensive-based champions, right? So get Helikath out of this lifesteal. Get, you know, any of your defensive-based champions out of their lifesteal. Put that, like, that could go on Rhonda. That could go on Wukong. It could go on Kale. It could go on Elhain. It could go on Whisper if you wanted. It could go on Trunda. In general, you don't use that much lifesteal gear as you progress. But if you were going to use it, if you have good lifesteal gear and you don't want to waste it, and you think you know maybe you don't have other gear that's as good to put on good damage dealers, it should be on your attack-based damage dealers who hit very hard. And that could potentially give, say, Kale some survivability in Clan Boss and let him do more damage there. I don't know. Like I said, this build isn't great for him. But get Helikath into any set that is defensive focused. So regen could be fine. You don't need regen in an unkillable Clan Boss tune. So you may not even need that. But until you get there, it would be fine. And then when you try to speed tune him into the unkillable, you probably want to get rid of the regen. Again, shield would be fine, but same thing. You don't need the shields. Avoid Relentless because you can't mess around with his turns. You can use Retaliation as a filler. That's fine. But Immortal is really good. You know, again, it's like regeneration. You don't need it once he's unkillable. So speed, deflection, resilience, perception. If you need to boost his accuracy, I mean, his accuracy right now is 25. You definitely want him to be landing his weakens. So perception, like think about a perception set that has a, you know, defensive based, or HP based chest piece and gauntlet, you know, start saving those kinds of pieces. Get him out of this lifesteal gear, make him really tanky. You want this defensive number to be really high. And right now you've got a nice chest piece on him. So that's giving you some defense and you know, that's okay. And you can build him with 100% crit rate. He does a ton of damage. If you want to use him in arena, that's fine. Remember that when you're speed tuning him, it doesn't matter what his stats are, right? As long as he hits the speed. So you can build him with crit rate if you want, that's fine. But if you want him to be your everywhere carry, get him out of the crit rate gloves, get him into defensive percentage gloves or HP percentage gloves, preferably defense, because his shield is based on his defense. It's proportional to the champion's defense. So the higher his defense, the bigger his shield. Yeah, this guy can be your everywhere carry. He can really, really, you've got Artak, right? We were talking before. It's like, okay, you have Deacon, Artak, Scylla of the Drakes, Vizix, and Allure, right? Like that team is a go-to team. Helikath can fit in that team. If you need less turn meter fill and you need more survivability, or less turn meter decrease and you need more survivability, you pull Allure out, you put Helikath in. Now that team's really never going to die, right? It's just like crazy strong, or whatever. But he's good everywhere, and he mixes well with a lot of the champions you have. He mixes well with Painkeeper. He mixes well with Man-Eater. He mixes well with Apothecary. He mixes well with Skullcrusher. He mixes well with Deacon. He mixes well with Syl. He mixes well with Artak and Ultimate Death Knight. So again, another everywhere carry, but in this case, it's going to be moving you in that clan boss, area. So I think the big thing here is get him super tanky. Let everybody heal off of the leech. So make sure you have the accuracy you need here. And the accuracy requirement is going to keep going up on Deacon Armstrong. And then this counterattack is going to let you, do some work with your poisoners on their A1s. But again, you could get Kale out, maybe put in Fane, or you could take Kale out and maybe put in, Elenarl's not a bad poisoner. She is a poison exploder. You have to turn that off. You could try Trunda. You could try, is she max masteries? No, not yet. But get the masteries. If you're trying to push clan boss, get those masteries. Here's another option. Here's a really cool option. Use Morag Bronzelock. Right? You'd want her 6 stars. So she's a defensive based champion. So even if you're not speed tuned, she's going to make your team more survivable because she's defensive based, so she's not going to crumple. And she adds a strengthen. Where is it? She has a strengthen. So this works along with Helikath and Skullcrusher, and just in terms of survivability, she adds an ally attack. That means more A1s. It's the same thing as the counterattack. Counterattacks get you more A1s. Ally attacks get you more A1s. In addition, she counterattacks when she's under a strengthen buff, which gives you more counterattacks. So you can run her, and if you're constantly filling up that debuff bar and you're worried about the fact that you're not getting the maximum value out of your poisons, pull Kale out, put Morag Bronzelock in. You have Frozen Banshee as your primary damage dealer. She's going to back it up in second. You're going to get more debuffs out there. You're going to get more War Master procs. And you're going to be even more survivable than you were before because of that strengthen, buff. So that's another option too. But yeah, you got really good champs. Now I think you need to focus on gear and optimizing those champs, get them booked out. If it feels like you have too many choices, that can be a thing. Like you can get distracted in too many places. Just pick one and go for it. And keep going for it. Fully book out, fully masteried, fully speed tuned. Just go for it. And then do it again. Like if that's not enough, then you pick something else and you fully go for it. So I think one of the things that maybe is a weakness on your account is because you have so many good champions, you've taken so many good champions up to 50, and you haven't fully masteried out and fully booked out the champions you have at 60. Like I know some of these are new, but it's like you have a lot of them that are not quite 60, not quite masteried, not quite booked. That's where your power is going to come from. That's where your progress is going to come from. But man, you got a roster. You got a heck of a roster. The only champion really that I think could massively help you in terms of like clan boss right now, I guess there are two. It's Demitha and Seeker. Like Demitha would make life really easy and Seeker would make life really easy. But you don't necessarily need them anywhere else. Like Seeker's fun and stuff, but you're in good shape. You're in good shape. So, if you want clan boss progress, go in that direction. If you want everywhere progress, think about Vizix and Allure. But regardless of what you choose to do next, please focus on maxing out your masteries and pick a legendary. Pick, like, when I see this kind of frustrates me. It's like, we got 2 legendary books in here. Like, so this guy's fully booked, except he's missing 1. This guy's fully booked. We've got 2 legendary books in here. We've got like 7 in here. You know, we've got 2 in here. We've got 2 in here. We're still missing 3 here. Like, that's what drives me nuts. Trunda could be stronger if you sacrificed these books that you put into Ultimate Supreme Gaelic. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you take these 2 books and put them in here, she's close to maxed. So that's what I think you need to do, just sort of philosophically, is start, you know, don't worry about the distractions. Pick 1 or 2 champions to work on and say, for the next 2 weeks, I'm building these into powerhouses. I'm building Helikath and I'm building Fane. And those are the 2 champions that are going to take me to the next level. And then everything else is just secondary. You don't even care. It doesn't matter. I've got Seer. I don't care. You know, it's like, well, what about Magnar? Nope. Rector Draft? Nope. I'm not building them. I just pulled a great new legendary. I don't care. Until Helikath and Fane are built, I'm not doing anything else. This is what I'm doing right now. And then you plug it into the Clan Blast and you're like, oh my gosh, now I've got a 1-key Brutal. Now I've got a 3-key Nightmare. Do you know what I mean? And then you worry about, okay, now let me think about, how do I get Arena going? You know, or how do I get Doom Tower going? Take on 1 task at a time, push it all the way, commit to it, and don't get distracted. And then you get more resources that way. It's the same exact reason why the first thing you want to do in the game is 6-starring your starter champion. Because that starter champion is so powerful, it helps you get other things, right? But if you leave them at 50, then you don't get those other things faster. Even if you build like 5 champions to level 50, having 1 at 60 is more powerful than having 5 at level 50. And it's the same thing here. Like, the philosophy hasn't changed. Pick 1 thing, whatever it is you want. I think it could be your everywhere team. I think it could be your clan boss team. But then just max it out. Just go hard. And then you'll reap the rewards. And it's a way better, like, process for progress. Like, I know you've got Geo down here. Don't let him distract you. He's actually almost built. So maybe let him distract you. Maybe he's the thing that you build next, because he's so strong and he's mostly booked out. So you're only 4 books away. You know, so maybe you do him instead of Fane, because she's, you know, 15 books away. So maybe you don't worry about Fane. Get your Geo in. By the way, Geo works great with Helikath, and he works great with Skull Crusher. This could be your damage dealer. Absolutely. Swap him in place of Kale. Awesome. You're going to do so much more damage. Not only are you going to get an HP burn out there, where is the HP burn? HP burn out there. You got that backup weaken, but you've also got the passive. You've still got the Phantom Touch. Yeah, Geo could do a lot of work for you. Again, get him out of lifesteal. Right, get him into something with accuracy and defense. Make sure he can land all of his debuffs and go in that route. But again, just pick 1 thing, whatever it happens to be, and focus hard. Yeah. All right, you have any questions? I'm sorry if it feels like, you know, this wasn't as explicit as some of the other takeovers you've watched, but I think what you've gotten here is you've gotten pretty far. Like, in terms of your account level, you've gotten to 73. And at 73, typically you would be further in particular places. And I think the reason that it hasn't happened, and this is one of the most common reasons I see, is because you've gotten lucky and your good luck has turned into bad luck. You've pulled crazy good champions. Like, you got Seer and a Kemptum and Skull Crown. Like, those 3 champions alone make a roster, you know, from a standpoint of just good epics. Like, those 3, and then you've got Morag, and then you've got Royal Guard, and then you've got Magnar, and then you've got Rector Drath, and then you've got Madame Saris, and then you got Gembo, then you got Fane, and then you got Whisper, then you've got Skull Crusher. You know, it's like, your epics are insane. Your epics are insane. And then you've gotten all these good legendary. I mean, you got really good legendaries, and those are distracting. So I think this is you know, if you get lucky and you just pull crazy champions, what happens is the early game tells you that champion progress is progress, and it's not. What I mean is like pulling new champions that's what the game wants to teach you. It's a bad lesson to learn, right? That in order to progress, you need to pull a new champion. You don't need to pull any champions. If you stop pulling shards tomorrow and you just build the champions that are currently on your roster and you never pulled another champion, you'll have a 1-key Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team. You probably have a 1-key Brutal Hydra team. You can clear hard Doom Tower, probably. There might be an issue with like specific champions, but at least in 1 or 2 rotations, you should be able to do that. You should be able to get into probably Gold 4 or Gold 5 Arena. You should be able to do Iron Twins, like without any changes, with just what you've got currently, with just what I've seen, you can do all of those things. I mean, when I looked in your vault, I was like, you got tons of good champions in your vault too. You got all these amazing epics. You've got additional legendaries. You don't need another thing on your account. You don't need to pull another champion. You can do everything that is to be done in this game, basically, with what you've already got. So the reason that you're struggling is not your champion pool. It's not your roster. It's the way the roster's been kind of distracted. It's been diffused. The power has been kind of spread out too much. So that's all it is. And, come to the Discord, put up your roster in the Discord, talk to people about like, what should I focus on next? How should I build this champion? And you're going to find massive progress in like the next 2 to 3 months. You're going to skyrocket if you do that and just focus. Because the roster's too good to not get progress out of it. You do need to work on gear too. I mean, that's going to be something, but masteries, gear, books. Those are the 3 things you really need to focus on. You're good in dungeons, huh? Yeah, look, you're farming stage 25 dragon. So speed gear here, savage gear here. You should do well in your faction crypts. I mean, you've got crazy good champions in so many factions. So you should be able to get really great perception gear and resilience gear. If you can get into Doom Tower, farm, Dark Fade, farm Griffin, get yourself some Guardian gear, get yourself some, it's not Fatal. What is it called? Lethal. Lethal and Fatal mean the same thing. I always confuse them. Fatal is the bad one. Lethal is the good one. Right, so get yourself some lethal gear. Focus on gear, focus on masteries, and focus on books. Yeah, and you're gonna be great. You're gonna be great. So Dark, thanks for letting me hang out on your account. Once you get Helicath booked, come talk to me. Hit me up in Discord. Say, I've got my Helicath booked. Let's do a speed tune. I'd be happy to help you with it. But Helicath's got to be booked. He's got to be booked. All right. So that is it for this account. What are we looking at? We're looking at 5 o'clock. Let's see if we can do one more, son. Let's try to get one more takeover. Sun will be resetting the wheels soon. If you are interested in a takeover, get those reactions ready. So, just a quick reminder. We are resetting the wheel. So once it's reset, you're going to have to re-enter your reaction if you, want a takeover. Make sure you have your email ready, your password ready for your account. And then if you happen to get pulled, you jump in, you DM me the info. I jump on your account, you tell me what you want to do, and we try it. So thank you, Dark. I'm going to shut this one down. Let's close out some of these. That speed tune was kind of interesting with the Helicath. I mean, it was cool, but simultaneously it was a little bit frustrating, and the speeds were kind of high. So I think there's probably a better Helicath speed tune out there. Once you get your books on Helicath, we'll be able to find you a nice speed tune for Helicath. I'm actually going to be redoing a Helicath speed tune on my own account. Probably, maybe. I still haven't committed to it because I have a Demitha speed tune I want to try instead. So I might do Demitha. I might do Helicath. I'm not sure, but I'm redoing my personal speed tune pretty soon because I've been stuck here with a 2-key Spirit Affinity Ultra Nightmare, which is just annoying me because I used to have a 1 key on both, or a 1 key on everything. And then I broke my Demitha speed tune, and now I'm like, I want to redo it. So I think I'm going to try to get a 1 key everywhere, full auto, affinity friendly. See if I can do it without Ninja. That's the challenge, to do it without Ninja. Yeah, so we'll see. All right, so people are reacting. If you would like a takeover, make sure you react. We are in the coaching corner.
I just realized I've been muted, haven't I?
Yeah, you've been muted the whole time.
I was like, yeah, how do you like my little command? I just like a little reset.
Yeah.
And I was saying, you know, I'm letting everybody get another 30 seconds to sneak in there. I saw a couple. And then we'll do our last spin.
Yeah. 1 second. All right. One of the nice things about the new camera is that I don't have to worry about it going out of focus on. I just have to worry about it keeping me in frame. There we go.
All right, let's spin the. Oh, see, they're still coming in.
Get in there.
It's your last chance. It's your last chance. And... Oh, somebody snuck in right in the end. Sneaky, sneaky. All right, we've got our winner. Ruthless.
Ruthless. All right, well, jump on into the Discord, DM me your account information, and Sun will get you settled in. We'll get going. If I tilt my head, it's supposed to look up, but it doesn't always do it. When I tilt my head down, the camera looks down, and then I tilt my head up, and it doesn't pay attention. Come on. That's better. That's better. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm going to give a quick shout out to our new members who have joined us on their first day of membership on our YouTube channel. We've got Kieran Brown, Great Dane, Dinky, Stephen Markley, Dark the Enigma, DeReal Techniques, Alex, and James Fox. Those are our 8 new members on our very brand new membership system of our YouTube channel. That's really cool. We've got, let's see, what we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, we got 4 barbarians. We got 3 Shadowkins and a Bannerlord in the house.
Hey.
That's pretty cool. That is very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And for everybody that did sign up to be a member, we have got a shiny new little corner in the Discord. Under the important stuff, you'll find the new member section, and there are all of the instructions. Very simple. To claim your shiny new Discord role.
Oh, nice. So all you have to do is pop in there and it tells you how to get the Discord rank.
Yeah, take a look. It's pretty neat looking, if I must say so myself.
And we will keep updating it and working on it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's see.
Speaking of, Victoria, welcome to the Barbarians.
Did we just get a new barbarian?
We did.
Awesome. Welcome. I feel like the barbarian hordes have been unleashed. It's kind of cool. I'm really glad we chose barbarian as that rank. That makes that's fun.
Yeah,
for me.
it is kind of cool.
It is kind of fun. Yeah.
And another one, Femoral.
And Femoral. All right. Sweet. All right, I'm just trying to get the information here. Get this set up. There we go. Now let me jump over to chat for a second. We got to give everybody their due here. So we've got Victoria Smith as the new barbarian and Femoral as a new barbarian. And Real Techniques gifted one Cold Red Plays membership. Thank you. That's very cool. I didn't even know that was possible. But that is awesome. That is fantastic. So Mitty was gifted a membership by Real Techniques. So we got Mitty now in the membership program. So welcome everybody. The barbarian horde is growing. I like it. All right. If she gets a bit more refined, Victoria, if you get a bit more refined, you'll move to Shadowkin. Yeah. I mean, that's the major difference between barbarians and Shadowkin is the Shadowkin just wear more armor and clothing, right? That's basically all it is. They've got silks, whereas barbarians wear leathers. That's the major difference because, otherwise they're all out for blood. Oh, you got a mission. You are right there at your arbiter. Congratulations. Looks like you're holding out for something. Maybe it's Clan v Clan. Don't you want to get your arbiter during Clan v Clan? Level 62 and pulling down your arbiter. That's impressive. That is impressive. That's a fast arbiter. Let's see how many days you're in. 163 days. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, I would say that, on average, my arbiters come somewhere between 150 and 200 days. So right in the sort of the 175 range is pretty typical for me. The fastest I've ever done it, I think, is about 140 or 145. So yeah, that's a really good job with the arbiter at day 163, having that arbiter ready to go. You want to shoot me a message and let me know what you want me to work on? That's a pretty cool profile picture. Let's check out the roster. In the meantime, while we're waiting, we got a mythic champion in the house, Garal Bloodmaul. We've got a Torment the Cold already. I guess you don't need to worry about that. We've got a double man-eater. We've got a Skrank, Pythion, Artak, Sun Wukong, Farrakhan the Fat. Just a general review. I don't have anything in mind right now. Maybe suggest what I should focus on. Yeah, sure thing. So looking at this now, so see, this is the sort of, I'm speaking of Dark now. So Dark, this is the opposite of your account. All right, now you've been playing longer. Like that account is older. But you'll notice, right? Like we've got the champions very much focused on their particular places. So if we're going to look here, this is going to be my guess. Masteries, full masteries. So when you get to 60, people are mastered. When they're building up, okay, so now you're working on the masteries. Duchess, you got a Duchess. I need a Duchess. So these aren't 6 stars, but they're starting to get their masteries if you know they're going to be 6 stars. If you don't know if they're going to be 6 stars, then you don't worry about it. So this is like focus on fewer 50s. You'll notice there aren't a lot of 50s. There are 40s. 40s are good for faction crypts. That's where we live with faction crypts. A lot of 40s, but not a lot of people hanging out at 50. So either commit to it, or if you know it's going to be a champion that stays at 50, like Master Butcher probably isn't going anywhere. I'm assuming Master Butcher's not going to 60, or maybe he does, but then he just stays in faction crypts. That's an early game bomb solution, right? But so it's like, okay, I only take him to 50 if I'm likely to take him to 60, or if they're going to stay at 50 because they're really valuable there. So that's where we want to focus on. Sorry, Doug, I don't mean to pick on you. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just trying to say this is actually a very common thing that I see. Which is that people get distracted by their great champions. You've got all these great champions to build. I want to build all of these champions. And the message I'm always trying to send is build fewer champions, but build them better than you would otherwise. Yeah, we've got some legendaries here just chilling. Got some epics here, good epics, just chilling. So let's take a look at your clan boss team. I'm assuming you're running the double man-eater clan boss team. You got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Just a little bit of wiggle room. Double man-eater. Venom Mage, Farrakhan the Fat, and Ragnar. That's a beautiful team. That's a beautiful team. You've got your increased attack for him, weaken on the target, decrease defense on the target before attacking. This guy's not booked, so that'll get you more damage if you book him out. I don't know if you're planning on holding on to him. He is masteried. Now, obviously, these guys have to be booked, right? They're fully booked, both of them, I'm assuming. Yeah, they have to be. This guy doesn't have his books here, but that's okay. That doesn't matter. Not for the speed tune, anyway. Using all broken sets because only the speed matters. Yeah, if you could still hit these speeds, but say get into, a savage set or a toxic set or some other way to get extra damage, even like a crit damage set here, you could potentially squeeze a little bit more damage out of these guys. But the speed is what matters, right? You get there first and then you worry about tweaking all that stuff. Let's look at the Venom Mage. Again, a lot of broken sets. It's okay. This is a slow speed to run at, but I know that the double man-eater doesn't go that fast. So we're talking about 164. You do have a 90% crit rate. Gotcha. You just recently built your Fire Knight team. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, do you use the optimizer to get your gear done? Like when you were building your clan boss team, do you use the the artifact optimizer? Or do you hand build champions? Okay. So just for anybody who doesn't know this speed tune, I want to kind of shout out this speed tune. This is it can be a frustrating speed tune because it requires 2 man-eaters. So some people don't like to build dupes. Sometimes it takes a really long time to get 2 man-eaters. But I do want to shout out this build. Or this tune, rather. Let me go ahead and pull it up so you can see the double man-eater. Where is it? There's a couple of different ones. All right, so here's a version, right? It's called the Fast Double Man-Eater Unkillable Team that is full affinity friendly. So this is actually saying it's a 4-key Ultra Nightmare, but we're getting a 2-key. We got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare on it. So I don't know how the speeds exactly work with all of the different variations because there are several variations, but I just want to show you the concept behind it, not so much the speed tunes. Like, don't worry about the speeds or the champions or anything like that. I just want to show you the way that the skills line up. Okay, so yeah, this is a little bit weirder than I thought it was going to be. Is this right? Interesting. Okay, so this is actually doing. It looks like it's speed tunes kind of late, actually. Let's see, where does it actually speed tune? Actually, no, it speed tunes right away. Okay, it speed tunes right away. I was off on this. All right, so I want to show you how this works a little bit. So the weird thing about Man-Eater is that Man-Eater has a 2-turn unkillable buff on a 5-turn cooldown, and the boss goes at a 3-turn rotation, right? The stun is on a 3-turn rotation and all that stuff. And the Spirit Affinity slow is on a 3-turn rotation. So you can run it 5-3 with a single unkillable, Man-Eater, and like that will allow you to do an unkillable buff once per rotation. If you're running at 5-3, you burn your 5-turn cooldown once per 3 clan boss turns. So that's what the 5-3 means. But remember that the buff only goes up for 2 turns, and the rotation is 3 turns. So one Man-Eater cannot cover you for all 3 hits, right? So by bringing in a second Man-Eater, what you're going to do is you're going to get 2 turns of coverage from each 5-turn cooldown. So you need to go at the right speed here. So what's going to happen is they're going to be running at 4-3. Now, it's actually a little bit slower because what's going to happen here? So you're going to get. I'm trying to think of how this is going to work. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I guess it tunes here, you could say, right? Yeah. So let's look at it here, from here on down. Now, it's a weird rotation because what you have here is the Man-Eater A3. Let's start here at turn 2. The Man-Eater A3. Sorry, it's a little bit of a weird tune. You wrap around your head. To wrap your head around. So the Man-Eater A3 goes up here. This is the unkillable buff. Remember, we have 2 Man-Eaters. We have blue and purple. So the Man-Eater places the A3 here. That gives a 2-turn unkillable buff. So for the stun, we're covered. It also gives a block debuffs buff. So for the stun, everybody's covered. So nobody's going to die and nobody's going to get stunned. Now, in the next rotation of 3 turns, which start here, everybody only goes once. And that's really important because the buff goes up for 2 turns. So it went up here. Nobody has gone, which means everybody is covered for the next turn. So when the AoE 1 comes down, everybody has the block debuffs up, everybody has the unkillable up. Now, remember, this was the purple man-eater's buff. Everybody's going in the second column and the buff is dropping off of everybody, which means it needs to be reapplied at the bottom of this column. The blue man-eater goes second. Or I'm sorry, the blue man-eater is the second A3, right? It is like the second man-eater. So he drops his A3 at the bottom of this column. Now, everybody in the third column has to go only once. So this blue unkillable covers the AoE 2 and then also the stun. And again, the block debuffs covers the slow and the stun. And then we switch back, right? But now we have to get an unkillable in the first column. So here we got an unkillable in the third column and that covered the first column. Here we got an unkillable in the second column and that covered the third column. Now we need to get the unkillable in the first column. So Maneater goes twice to get back around to his cooldown. And then now in the second column, everybody can only go once. So in the previous second column, Maneater went twice to get that extra cooldown. But here he can only go once or he would drop the buff. So you're getting 5 people to go in the first column and then 6 and then 5 and then 6 and then 5 and then 6 and then 5 and then 6. But the extra man-eaters are swapping off. So in this horizontal bar, the blue man-eater goes 4 times and the purple man-eater goes 3. But then in the next one, the purple man-eater goes 4 times. Here, the blue man-eater goes 4 times because we're going 6-5, 6-5. And then here it swaps. Now the blue man-eater goes 3 times and the purple man-eater goes 4 times. It's really confusing. It's incredibly confusing to look at. But basically the concept is one man-eater takes an extra turn on every other clan boss turn in order to get that cooldown to come back around and cover with 4 turns of uptime to cover everybody. Right? So that means nobody can go more than 4 times. Right? There's 4 turns of uptime on the buff, which means nobody can go more than 4 times. Basically. You can go 5 well, no, you can't. I don't think you can go 5 ever in this particular tune. There is a tune where you can go 5 times because everybody drops the buff for 1 turn and gets it at the end of the turn. But I don't see that happening here. So nobody can go more than 4 times. It's a really weird tune. It's cool. It's really smart. Whoever figured it out, it's really smart. But it's just, So anyway, let's get back to the actual takeover. So yeah, so that's the speed tune. We're seeing something like that. And yeah, once you get to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, you probably have a 1-key Nightmare. You do, and then you have a 1-key Brutal. You haven't done that yet. But that means you're talking about 6 chests a day. Right? 2 Ultra Nightmare chests, 2 Nightmare chests, 2 Brutal chests. Phenomenal. Let's take a look at your arena. You might be doing the... never mind. Let's just... Yeah, you got a 1-man defense in. I assume you're doing the thing bit there, but what was... Gold 5. Great. How's your Great Hall doing? Nicely done. You're working well. I tell you, you're working faster than our noob versus pro accounts. Have you spent on this account at all? You don't have to tell me, but I'm just curious. You bought a couple of packs. Yeah. Yeah, there have been some good moments in the recent past if you're a spender for progress here.
And another welcome to Crashdown. A new barbarian.
Crashdown. All right, Crashdown's in the house. New barbarian. Fantastic.
Hey. So I think the notifications are working. It's just muted on your end for some reason. So we'll look at that at the end of the
Okay.
stream.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Everybody should be getting their acknowledgement. Crashdown 96, welcome to the Barbarians. That's pretty awesome. Hey, everybody out there who's a member who's currently in the stream, go ahead and spam your favorite emote here. If you want to, I like the truth. I think the Morpheus one is really good. But if you want to tell me I'm on my soapbox, that's good. If you tell me I'm being a noob, that's good too. It says, yeah, like I'm not going to support you guys given the chance. No, I appreciate it, Crash. There we go. We got some new boxers up there. We got some soap boxes up there. All right. All right, so you're in Gold 5. You've got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Maybe you need some help in Doom Tower? I don't know. Let's take a look. You're on Dark Fae 120, normal. Let's see your Dark Fae team. Okay, you don't have a team yet. This is your team for Dark Fae. It's a pretty good team. That's a well-constructed team. I don't know exactly how Skrank is going to work in this team. I mean, I'm not questioning his place in this team. What I'm saying is I don't have a Skrank built to 6 stars fully. I only got my first one like a few months ago, and I haven't had a chance to totally build him out. And so I'm still learning about the champion. So I know that he's a very good sustain champion. Like, right, he's got a bunch of heals this champion by 15% of their max HP on each critical hit. So he's got like that built-in sustain. He's got the weaken on his A1, which is very good. So if he's built on the relatively squishy side, that could work. Yeah, I mean, kind of squishy. Have you tried out 120 yet? Okay, so you haven't cleared this out yet. Speed may be the problem. Let's run it and see what happens. I'm curious. I'm just curious to see how it runs. I mean, your champions hit hard. That's unfortunate. It'd been useful to have that land on her, huh? Yeah, the counterattack mastery. I mean, one of the things that is missing from the team is a slow. You don't have a slow. So that's something you could maybe get value out of. But it feels like you actually do have enough to clear this stage. Like I should be able to manual this all the way down. If you're having trouble with like a full auto team, it's probably because of the AI. Like it can be really tricky to get a full auto team on Dark Fae. You know, maybe your accuracy numbers. But it looks good. I mean, the team looks fantastic. Should be able to manual this. The one tricky part is if she nukes hard enough and kills anybody, then the team's going to fall apart, right? So, you know, if you're not quite there in terms of speed, yeah, now we've got to worry about the RNG. So it could be that a turn meter filler. Well, you have Apothecary. Maybe a speed aura would help a little bit, but I think we're just going to do this. You all right with me finishing this off for you? Is that okay? I don't want to finish off if you. All right, cool. By the way, if you're struggling with Dark Fae, check this team out. Floor 120, Tomb Tower normal. Manualing Dark Fae is the key to learning how to be good at this fight. I have manualed this fight, I don't know, 150 times. I've probably manualed this fight more often than any other fight, like any other single fight. I've manualed Arena more often. You know, I've manualed, obviously, Live Arena more often. I've manualed, maybe Hydra comes close. I've probably manualed Hydra. No, I probably manualed Hydra like 50 times. And I've manualed this like 3 times as much as that. So the concept here, remember, you don't want your champions to be too strong, like too tough. The tankier your champions are, the harder it is to pull the copies off the board. The other thing is you need turn meters somewhere because everybody's built exactly the way you build them. So you are tied on speed. So you can't just afford to like have one of your champions go, then one of theirs, then one of yours, then one of theirs. So Allure is really key to keeping the boss under control, but Apothecary is the one who's speeding up the team and letting them go before all of their copies. So by what I did when I manualed the first turn is I targeted my Allure on the other Allure because I knew that Allure would be the fastest. That got me to my Apothecary, allowed him to go next. His speed buff allowed me to then get to, I think it was Skrank, I'm not sure, but it you know, so there's a domino effect there. So you actually need to speed tune your Dark Fae composition. Yeah, so it looks like your Skrank and your Kale just nukes everybody out, and then it's all about turn meter control. Now, you know, Cold Heart's great at turn meter control. I do think there's a passive here that reduces turn meter control by 50%. Yeah, Almighty Persistence. So you don't actually get as much turn meter decrease from Cold Heart as you would say get from like a more persistent turn meter decreaser like Allure or Visix. You could also use Armiger in this role. The downside of Armiger is that Armiger is tankier, and you want to make sure you can still clear him off the board. So you don't want to build him too tanky, but you could build him fast, make sure he's got that 100% crit rate I think he needs, and then just don't care about his damage and just let him do turn meter decrease, and that can work really well too. Yeah, and Allure is great. And I mean, right now, it feels like the speed tune works. So if you build her to 60 and you get her a lot faster, you want to make sure that she's still in tune with everybody else. One of the things about speed in the Dark Fae fight is that since you're going up against your team, when you speed up your real team, you also speed up the copies. But your turn ratio against the boss gets better. So it is better to run faster if you're running turn meter control. It's better to run faster and squishier rather than slower and tankier. Like, you don't want to run slow and tanky. You want to run fast and you want to be squishy. But you need to make sure that you can at least survive 1 or 2 hits from the Dark Fae. You can't be so squishy that the Dark Fae herself can take you off the board. So good job there with that team. Yeah, and now you're going to be getting into hard. Hard is a different animal. Oh, you already cleared that Dark Fae. I'm sorry. I thought you were just up to Dark Fae. You're up to Bommel here. Now, do you have what's your Bommel solution in normal? Okay. I don't really know too much about your mythic. I mean, I know that she has she has an attack-based provoke, block buffs, ally protection, shield. Okay. Oh, you hadn't cleared the Dark Fae? Right now she's in nukes, okay. How are you doing on the dungeons? $25, dragon at 226. This is nice. Fire Knight 23. Garrels for the waves, yeah. I mean, you're running it decently quickly. I mean, the stage 20 is at 231. Obviously, it's slower here. Have you tried pushing 24? Have you tried pushing stage 24 or no? Okay. All right, so the Mythic here has a chance, kind of like Cardiel does, to join any attack. I guess it's on her alternate form, though, right? So it looks like Pythion is here to keep you alive and going. Geralt is here to clear the waves. Farrakhan the Fat is to help break the shield, and then a little bit of turn meter decrease. But yeah, your champions are kind of falling over, so that revive is really critical here. This is an entirely different playstyle from what I run. This is nothing like what I typically do. This is, whatever I think it's 24. Now she's strong affinity here, so she should be fine. Allure is going to be weak affinity into the boss, which might reduce the turn meter control. You typically run stage 20? Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask you, if you had pushed your max on this. If Pythian dies, it's over, yeah. And it feels like the waves are going to kill a lot of people, and then Pythian will just keep bringing them back, and then you'll see, you know, if you can... this is where it may fail. So if you can kill somebody on this wave before Pythian gets in real trouble, but now Pythian's in trouble, so it's not going to happen, I don't think. I imagine it's fairly quick in 20, yeah. That's why I was asking you about the 24. Because you know, if I can't help you in 20, like if 20 is already quick, I can't help you in 20, but maybe I can help you in 24. Looks like Pythian might just hold out. Might just hold out. That A1 is so clutch. Oh, Farrakhan with a nice kill there. This is going to be really tight. We got the revive at the right time. Come on, Allure. Hit the right. Yep. There we go. All right, now I'm gonna just give everybody a little extra chance here to get actually through this. Get some extra heals here, because Allure should... Yep, there we go. We're just going to A1 cycle here. Don't need to burn through any extra skills. There's the shield break, and now we get the ally attack, which is going to include Allure's A1, which is the turn meter decrease, which is beautiful. That's how you want that to work. And then Cold Heart erases the turn meter, which is fantastic. You don't have to worry about... it says turn meter reduction effects are decreased by 50% when used against the boss, but it looked like she got the full thing, but maybe I was mistaken there. But yeah, so you should be able to beat this one. It may not be on farm. Obviously, there's a chance that Pythian dies there. But this works well. But what I was saying before is, like, this is nothing like how I run. I don't work my teams this way. Not that I'm not objecting to it. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's cool to see people run different philosophies than how I run. Like, this is a turn meter control team that isn't built around speed boosts, which is unusual for me. Like, I would always pair the two. I would pair speed and turn meter decrease. But really what this is like some turn meter decrease with sustain and tankiness and ally attack and like all this other stuff. And so in the rotation, you still get enough turn meter decrease. You don't have to worry about it. You still get enough hits. You don't need the speed because you've got the ally attack, and you've got, you know, you got the ally attack from two different places, really. And so you have just you have the bare minimum of turn meter decrease to make it all work. And that's faster. That tends to be faster than the way I go. But you're running on the edge a little bit more than I am. All right. I'll keep those boots in case you want them. But that was solid. Let's see your spider team. Stage 25. So a 4-person spider team? Or do you throw Wukong in there for a spiderling tank? You throw in... Oh no, you just run it as 4. Okay. But this is stage 25. Do you run it for stage 20? Do you run 4? Or at stage 25, do you run 4? Stage 24, you run 4. All right, let's try stage 25. I find it interesting that you're using Venom Mage. Receives less damage from poison debuffs, but yeah, the HP. I mean, Artak is the king of this dungeon, right? Like, there's nothing better than Artak in Spider. I honestly don't know that there's another champion I would rather have in Spider than Artak. I mean, Newt is a close second. Newt is incredibly strong against Spider Boss. Nicely done. 44 seconds, 26 turns with 4 champions. Okay, so this is your showcase. Anything else you want to show off here? I don't think I'm helping you do anything. Hydra? Do we want to show off Hydra? Are you in Brutal on Hydra? No, not quite in Brutal. $14.92 million on a single key in normal. That's nice. That's solid. Did you book out your mythic? Is she fully booked? No, she's completely unbooked. She's completely unbooked. Okay. So she's doing all that work unbooked. Gotcha. Let's go check out that arena team now. All right, so you're just bringing in Hatatsu. Where's your arena? Arena 2. It's an interesting idea. So you run a sort of like revive unkillable speed tune. It's like it's an interesting team. Yeah, that's an interesting team. You need to redo it at some point. How are you doing? I mean, you're in gold 5, so you don't really need to redo it. It's working just fine. It's a team very unlike anything I would build. Like your style and my style are so different. Like your Fire Knight team doesn't look anything like my Fire Knight team. Your Dark Fae team looks a little bit like my Dark Fae team, but not much. The Arena team, completely different. But it's cool. Like, I mean, this is a situation where you're using Wukong as the nuker. And if he dies, it doesn't matter. You got 2 ways to get him back. Apothecary's there for the speed up. You have to drop defense. It's like you don't have an increased attack here, but who cares? It's funny. This is what I love about like talking in the Discord community to people and seeing people's rosters and even doing takeovers. Like the thing I said when I got on your account was if you look at this roster and the way it's built, like, you see the masteries. Everybody's built. Right? I mean, look at this. War Maiden, full masteries. Kale, full masteries, And then if they're not there yet, they're not anywhere. You can see who's been the focus of recent builds. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, when you build someone, you do everything. I think that's a really good lesson to take away from this, which is like, here you've got Duchess, arguably the best non-void legendary in the game, right? Definitely one of the top, say, 2 or 3. Without a doubt. I don't think anybody would put her out of the top 3 of non-void legendaries. Just non-void champions. Doesn't even have to be, well, I guess with mythics. I don't know. She might be better than the mythics. But booked, you know she's coming, right? Like she's going to be, like this is coming next. You know, you're like, this is a powerhouse of a champion. Once you get her built, that changes your arena team, right? Because this is an arena god. But she's also great everywhere. I mean, she's a Hydra god. She's, you know, she's a clan boss god. You can run her everywhere. So, you needed to focus on clan boss, so she needed to wait. Yeah, you have an unkillable clan boss team, so Duchess is less valuable maybe there. But she's your next 60. Of course she is. Of course she is. I mean, there's no other champions here that you would leapfrog Duchess for. And don't get me wrong, there are some good champions that need to be 60'd. I mean, Mighty Uko is S tier, absolutely. You know, you have Gaius the Gleeful who can be really good in arena. You do have the Allure who could be a 6-star, Apothecary who could be a 6-star, you know, Armagur who could be a 6-star, Tormund who could be a 6-star, Longbeard who could be a 6-star. So it's like you do have champions, a Kemptum who could be a 6-star. Like you do have champions that deserve 6 stars, but nobody's going to leapfrog Duchess. The only person I would ever leapfrog a Duchess for in the situation that you're talking about is like a Helicath or a Demitha or something where you're like, I can build an unkillable clan boss speed tune right now that can 1-key my Ultra Nightmare. That's the only reason I would ever skip a Duchess. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good roster, but it's also a really well-constructed roster. You've got Arbiter coming. I don't know if you're going to grab her during the CVC, but that also opens up, you know, all sorts of possibilities in 3v3 arena and live arena. You know, it allows you to build a go first team in your current arena team if you want to. You can build a blender comp, which could be really effective. I mean, you know, you have Skull Crown. You have Ferric the Fat already built. Then you would have Arbiter, right? So now you're just looking for that second AoE A1 champion, which most people go with Sinesha. I don't know if you have Sinesha anywhere. But that's really nice. That's fun. You have Jexlar waiting as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good account, man. I don't know what I could help you on today. I think that, you know, the one thing that I would maybe do is mess around with some arena iterations. You know, like there are a whole bunch of different teams here like that you could potentially start thinking about for arena. So like just for fun, just for the theory craft of it, like I would say, you know, if you get into the team setup and you're like, okay, who could be, you know, what could be really interesting here? And you have some fun options, but like we were talking about, like, let's say we stand in Duchess for Arbiter, and then you've got this, you know, and then maybe you do that. And then I'm trying to find, you know, who would be the next. This is an AoE A1 champion. Doesn't hit that hard. But, you know, all right, now you got an iteration there. Or, you know, you're like, okay, so what about another Go second team? It's like, well, yeah, once you get your Duchess built, you bring in your Tormund the Cold. You know, now all those buffs on the other team turn into freezes. You know, now you're like, okay, so how do I support this team? Well, you could bring a Mighty Uko in if you really wanted to get brutal. You know, you could even do this because I think Duchess is 19 and Uko is 20. I'm pretty sure how that works. You could even do like this, get a little bit of extra speed out of it. And then who's like a tanky damage dealer that you have here? You know, like how ugly is that? That's another A1. Oh, you also have him. You can put him up here. You could put him up there. Do that. Why not? That's not really a blender comp, but it'll stand in for one now. You know, it's like, who else is kind of fun around here? You could go. You know, there's all sorts of fun, crazy things you could do. I mean, the nice thing about Duchess is she allows you to go first or go second, depending on what you want. She's way more flexible that way than, say, like an Arbiter, who's like, Arbiter's a go first team. If you have Arbiter in the lead, you don't want to go second. Whereas with Duchess, if you go first, you're okay with going first. If you go second, you're okay with going second in most cases. You know, the one thing is you probably at some point, you know, want to make sure that you don't want to like get lapped, because you do want to get your defenses up. But, you know, you have all these different options. In this particular case, you'd probably do it like, you know, like this. Like that. You know. But yeah, I got nothing for you here. Your count's doing awesome. I mean, there are places where you can probably make progress by building more solutions. You know, so if we were looking at like, what would you be going for next? You're saying, okay, forget Duchess. Duchess is next, but what happens after Duchess? Right? And that's a good question. And it really depends on where you want to make progress. But this is the crazy thing about this account. And this is a combination of luck, maybe a little bit of spending, and some really good knowledge of the game. With, call it 14 6 stars, you've been able to do what you're doing, right? You're running some 50s in some places, but with 14 6 stars, you've been able to max out your dungeons. You've been able to get Clan Boss really far. You know, Ultra Nightmare 2 key is really far. You've been able to do pretty well in Hydra. You know, you've been able to clear Doom Tower normal. So you're already doing most of the stuff that I would tell you, and you're doing some stuff that I wouldn't, like, you're doing stuff your own way in a different way than what I would do. Like, I'm not sure I would have found that solution for the four person spider. I'm not sure I would ever have tried it. I'm not sure I would have ever done this. It wouldn't have even occurred to me to put Venom Mage on the team. You know, I might have done something like, let's say, yeah, that's all saved. Okay, I might have done something like this. First of all, I probably would have gotten her in there, but let's say I might have done that. I might have done this. Let's see how this, I mean, this was no AI. Let's see how this works. You pulled Python very early and he carried you everywhere. Yeah, Python is God tier. But so, like, you know, my theory crafting of this is, all right, let's bring in Sun Wukong, who's going to be a Spiderling tank because he's weak affinity. Now, he can die and revive himself, or Maneater can keep him alive, right? We reduce the poisons. We have the Python to potentially, like, bring him back, anybody back. We've got the HP burns, and then Maneater has additional turn meter decrease on the boss. He's got 100% turn meter decrease, just like Coldheart. He's also got an AoE 1 that is a decrease attack, which means, you know, you get more of that out there. And you can see, like, this is going to be probably worse than your run, but this is the way I would think about this. You know, and it wouldn't even occur to me to use the Venom Mage. Like, I don't even think I would have experimented. Like, I wouldn't even theory crafted in that direction. And it worked beautifully, you know. And when you think about it, when you really think about it in the long, you're like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because the well, no, actually, now I'm getting caught up in the poisons, I guess. But, like, yeah, this is gonna. I mean, obviously, there are more animations here because Wukong dies and comes back and dies and comes back and stuff, and, like, all of those. So it's like, yeah, I still ran it, but it was in 1:45 with 61 turns. You know, like, but that's where I would have put my thought process. So It's some interesting creative team building. It really is. I'm impressed. So good job. Good job. Is there anything you want to ask me? Anything you want to show me before I shut it down? Faction Wars is halfway. Yeah, you're looking at 479 stars. It's very nice. I mean, you're doing this on the backs of a lot of 40s and 50s, which is also what Son and I do. We do a lot of work on the backs of 40s and 50s. So you can get halfway in a lot of things, but then you're not going to get much farther, much faster. Right now, you have to start building 5 stars and 6 stars. You want to show Pythion's gear? Running at 238, 3K defense, 57,000 HP. Nice 301 resist, which is going to let him resist a lot of things. Obviously, having a cleanser with a lot of resist is good. Resistance on the chest piece works great. Double speed roll, that's nice. The accuracy is a little bit of a throwaway, but who cares? HP percentage plays. Boots are fine. Defense on the gauntlet with HP double roll, which is nice. Resilience double speed roll. You got resistance in a couple of places. Yeah, for a relatively early game build for Python, this is pretty solid. I mean, the really nice thing is the 300 resist, you know, and then obviously that can continue to build as you increase your Great Hall. You can get more resistance there. You're going to find, obviously, you know, this piece is the piece that's in the wrong spot, right? Like, I don't mean it's in a wrong spot. I just mean this is the piece where you're looking at and you're like, man, I need a different piece here. Not because it's the wrong stat, but because, like, you know, if you could find a resilience piece that matched it, that'd be 10% more defense and 10% more HP. You know, if you could find a speed piece that matched it, you could potentially swap out the shield and, you know, maybe get an additional 10, 20 speed. But yeah, it's a nice main stat, you know, 5 stars. If you could get a 6-star resilience piece that has defense with maybe like a little bit more speed on it, and a little bit of resistance, like that would be the piece, right? Let's see. Or even protection. Protection is really nice on Python. So getting one piece of protection in there gives you additional 20% resistance. So then all of a sudden you're getting something for your single piece, right? But if you can get it to 4 pieces, then you got the speed, you got the chance of protected buffs. And the thing about Python that's nice for the protective buffs is that block debuffs can be protected and then it can't be removed. You know, the strengthening can be protected and then it can't be removed. And that's really good in arena. So yeah, you may have some better gear. Let's see. Let's see if we have something here worth building. This is a nice piece. It's got a roll. It does have speed, so potentially that could be good. Let's see if there is a resilience piece. There's not. Excuse me. So, you know, there are some other sets you could start going. Not Zeal. Oh, okay. Divine speed. Let's look for HP and defense. That's nice. That's a nice gauntlet. That's not bad either. It's not bad either. All right, so I actually kind of like this the best. So potentially, let's say we tried on the protection. And then let's start looking at the protection set for other pieces. So if you can get to 2 pieces of protection, then you get the HP in addition to the resistance. Doesn't look like you have, oh. Look at that piece. That's really nice. That's not bad either. So let's see what the current piece is here. Speed, accuracy, HP, HP. The accuracy is throwaway, but I think down here with this piece, there's crit damage, which is pretty much a throwaway as well. So the only way this would be better is if it rolled into the HP percentage, or if it rolled into the speed more. And again, it's the resilience piece that's the piece that's out of the set. So if we looked at the resilience piece, where's the resilience piece? There it is. Double speed roll. This is slightly nicer, offers a little more defense. Ooh, triple crit rate roll there. That's a nice piece. Yeah, I don't know that you're going to get a lot. I don't know that you're going to get a lot more out of this. It feels like you're probably where you need to be. You know, if it's working, it's working. Again, I think, you know, if you can get a defensive gauntlet with maybe a little bit more speed in the resilience set, that might help. You could potentially swap out one resilient shield for another, maybe get a little bit more out of that. The thing about Python that you have to remember, and you know, I'm talking to everybody now, is, and this is true for any support, you're always trying to figure out the ratio of defense to HP for any support. What creates a more survivable support? Now, there is like an optimal ratio depending on just those two stats, basically, like those two together in terms of effective HP. You can actually go and look at the effective. Let me see if I can find it on the HH site. So on Hell Hades site, there is. Okay, let me show it. So there's this. And so this is EHP is effective HP. So if I'm looking at Python, we've got 51, we'll call it 51.3 HP. 51.3. Okay. And now in terms of defense, we've got 3050, we'll call it. And then we'll say no ignore defense, because most of the time it's not. Okay. So here it tells you then, based on those numbers, based on your current HP and defense, damage mitigation efficiency is increased by 60% defense buff on self, adding more defense, adding more defense. So if you have no buffs and debuffs, it would be adding more HP. If you had a defense debuff, it'd be adding more HP. If it would be a defense debuff on, like a larger defense debuff, adding more HP. But if you have a defense buff on yourself, you're going to get more value out of increasing the defense. Let's see. Yeah, so here it says, you know, if you just think of it as like no buffs or debuffs. Like just it's an all around build. This would actually be more valuable to add more HP. So let's say we got that up to 70,000. Let's see what happens there. And now it's saying adding more defense. So there is a number somewhere in there. Let's call it, I don't know, let's look at 62,000. So now you can add more defense. So you're actually getting kind of close, right? So 58,000 or 59,000. Yeah, let's see. Wow, are you right on the number? No, what did we call it? 57.3? Why did it do that? Maybe it didn't calculate it right? That's weird. It was saying more HP before, now it's saying add more defense. So there's EHP. So you can use this as a calculator. I might have to reset it in order to get it to like adjust each time. But my point is, as a general rule for survivability based on hits, you want to think about defense versus HP as a ratio of these two stats that keep you alive, and having the right ratio is really important. So for instance, if you drop this all the way down to say 2,000 and you brought this all the way up to 80,000 and you calculate it, it's going to say add more defense everywhere. It's like, because the ratios are so far off. But there are two times that these ratios don't matter as much, or you have to like adjust them. And the first is, the first is when you have a situation where you have a regen champion, a champion who's getting constant healing. So for instance, if you're running, your Venom Mage in regen and Immortal gear and you're using him as a solo champion, then your HP numbers may need to be a little bit higher than you would want typically for that EHP, for that effective, hit points. The second one is in a situation like Pythion's. Python heals each ally with the lowest HP by 5% of this champion's max HP after each hit. So this heal is based on the target's max HP, but this heal is based on Pythion's max HP. So if you have any healer who heals based on their own max HP, then you want to overvalue HP. So in this particular case, we're looking at, resistance and defense as our two stats on these pieces of gear. Those are both good stats. They make sense on Python, but neither one buffs that heal. So if you're trying to increase the overall sustain of the team, switching either this or this to HP can be a way to do that. Now, one of the things that you can do here, is you have an HP banner, you can potentially switch this to a resistance banner, switch this to an, it's like you can do some swaps and stuff, see if you can eke out a little bit more. But anytime you have, a champion whose main job is healing, healing and reviving in this case, but this is not a tanky kind of support. This is not somebody who puts up shields and increases defense and whatever. This champion heals the damage that you take on the A1 and on the A2, and then if you take too much, he brings you back. So the primary purpose of this champion is to heal. And so this build could still move in that direction a little bit. It's not a poor build. It's just the gear you've had, But so when I think about swapping this piece for a resilience piece, 10% more defense makes him tankier, but 10% more HP not only makes him tankier, makes his heals a little bit bigger, and then that frees you up to maybe get stats in other places, whether it's okay, we want boots that have maybe a roll into resistance, or we want HP percentage or something but really, I am nitpicking. I'm trying so hard to find something wrong with, what's going on here so that I can help you out. But there's really, you are where you are because that's the game keeping you there. That's just the way this rolls out. It takes time to get all this gear, but you have the teams to beat the dungeons to get the gear. Now it's just a matter of time and energy. That's all it is. And what's next? Duchess. What's after that? World domination. Arena domination, Hydra domination, dungeon domination, Doom Tower domination. Bommel's going to be a pain. Dark Fae shouldn't be a pain. There's some things that you can do. Bommel's going to be a pain. I don't know really, you could talk about solutions like Burn Giri, and you can talk about solutions like Firegun Isbell. There are champions in your roster that can get you help or get you progress against Bommel. Master Butcher still hasn't been built out and tried. I'm assuming that's what you're building him for. But Bommel's going to be tricky because I don't see a clear Bommel solution in the roster right now. Although there are some interesting ways to think about Bommel that might work here for you. And like I said, you think so, like clearly you're effective at what you're doing, but your mentality about how to build the roster is different than mine is, and how to find solutions. So I'll be really interested in the future to see how you solve Bommel, especially at the high levels. Let me know. Like send me some screenshots. I want to see how this roster beats Bommel. I'm not sure how I would do it with your roster. I have some ideas. But I'd prefer to just stay quiet and then find out what you would do later on, because I think that'll be really interesting. You're thinking Gaius for Bommel. Yeah. Yeah, that could work really well. Bombs against Bommel. May as well do it. I mean, you have an ally attack, right? So in fact, you have two. You have Longbeard as well. You have a double ally attack. You could do the one-shot Bommel strategy. That's what I was thinking about. I'm not sure how it works with Firegun Isbell versus Nishak Verminlord, but you've got Gaius the Gleeful, you've got Isbell. Potentially, you could make that work. And you got another Fat Man Vault. You don't need 3 ally attacks. You only need 2. In fact, I don't think you can squeeze 3 in. The nice thing about Longbeard is, depending on the speeds that you're running, he can also potentially place the weaken for you. Or you can run, once you get your Arbiter, you can run her, because she's got the weaken on the A1 plus a turn meter fill plus the increased attack, which is going to make all the bombs hit harder. So, you could potentially run, say, Farrakhan the Fat. I don't know if you would run Gaius in that team. I don't think you would. But I think you would run Firegun Isbell. So potentially you can run Firegun Isbell, Farrakhan the Fat, Longbeard, Arbiter. I think that's only 4, though. I don't know who you would run in the 5th spot. Second Firegun Isbell if you had her. If you pull a Nishak, then you got the one-shot, the YST build. But I think some people have been doing interesting things with Firegun Isbell in there as well. I mean, you also have Soul Drinker, right? Which is kind of interesting because, he's got decreased bomb debuff detonation countdowns by 1 turn on his 8. So you could potentially get him in there. He's also got the decreases bomb debuff detonation countdowns by 1 on his A1. So that is another. I've never really messed around with him in Bommel, but he has some, like, he might allow you to like cycle around and actually do 2 sets of bombs, and then obviously he has his own bombs. He has his passive about when he dies. So that'd be an interesting idea. But, when you're talking about solutions like that, you're talking about potentially building 4 champions. So like the solution could work, but you're still a ways away. And I think the more realistic, short-term Bommel solution is going to be somebody like Master Butcher, maybe paired up with like a Burn Giri, like that kind of situation. Get you through there and then try to burn him down with whatever you've got, or try to get around on the Dread Bombs, come around to a second set and see if you can beat him more slowly. Maybe with Skrank. I mean, you don't have a freeze anywhere, do you? Oh, you got Tormund. But Tormund's freeze is kind of yeah, so he's got the A1 freeze and the passive freeze. I don't think he has any of the, he doesn't have a way to like straight up apply freeze like to the dread bombs. Only this. Yeah, so I mean, you've got Pan, who's got freezes everywhere, right? No, it's just freezes on the A1. Who's the guy who's got freezes everywhere? I think he's in that faction. But anyway. You got any questions? It's a nice account, man. You're doing great. Ruthless, you got any questions, or can we just say congratulations on doing a great job in Raid? All right, you are welcome. You are very welcome. I'm going to click a red dot here and buy a mystery shard. There you go. I've helped. All right, well, that is fun. That is it for today for our Takeover Tuesday. I want to say thank you. Before I forget, let me go ahead and I definitely want to give a shout out to everybody. I mean, thanks to everybody who has come out and hung out. But I also want to make sure that I say thank you to our members. We've got a bunch of new members. They have to be new because we just opened the membership, but it looks like we've got 12. We've got 12 members today. I'm pretty sure there was a gifted sub, so that's awesome. But we've got Femoral, Kieran Brown, Crashdown, Victoria Smith, Great Dane, Mitty, Dinky, Steven, Dark the Enigma, Dereal Techniques, Alex, and James Fox. Thank you, everybody, for becoming our first dozen members. And again, like Sun said, if you go into the Discord, there should be now an area where you can find how to get your member Discord rank, and then you'll be up there in the Discord as well. And take advantage of all of the perks. So thanks to everybody else. Remember, we will be streaming on Thursday. That's our variety stream. We don't know when we go live on Thursday. You just kind of have to wait and see. Usually we go in the late afternoon, like 3 or 4 o'clock. But you never know. Sometimes I get the urge. I want to go early. We go at noon. And then on Sunday, we do our Noob versus Pro. We're going to be doing that. I've got another collab coming this week. I think people are going to be excited about. I don't know exactly when it's going to drop, but I know I'm going to be working on it in the second half of the week. So starting tomorrow for the next couple of days, I'll be working on some collab stuff, and we'll see how that comes. So I'm going to be doing my second collab, and I'm pretty excited about it. And then, yeah, we're doing more stuff in the Discord community, just in terms of functionality to get that going. And what else? I don't know. I think that's about it. I think that's everything. If you haven't seen my short from yesterday, go ahead and check that out, because it's like 45 seconds. You can go ahead and watch that, and it's got some good information. And I would like to push that a little bit into the community, because I think we should be all on the same page if we can be. When it comes to like helping each other out with this Torment thing. So thanks for hanging out. Spam those emotes one last time. Spam those emotes if you got them. And enjoy the badges and stuff like that. And yeah, have a good one, everybody. You want to say goodbye, son? Are you even there, son? he's already cashed in.
Yeah, I'm here. It's
There you
muted.
You're muted again. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add. Just for all the members, you'll find that info under the important stuff right at the top. New members, you'll see it there. All the steps needed, and then you'll get access to all of your shiny Discord role stuff. And yeah, I hope everybody has an awesome day.
All right, that is it for us. We'll see you soon.